Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, YouTube. Welcome to J is for Justice. We are waiting for day 4 of the Adam Montgomery trial to begin. Our own Jess is in the courtroom live with live updates today. Welcome to chat, everybody. Make yourselves known and let us know you're here. We had a good time last night in the Super Bowl in Discord. We had some winners of some money. We watched part of the game. And most importantly, we watched old halftime shows. It was really fun. So we watched Michael Jackson, we watched Prince, we watched the Red Hot Chili Peppers, we watched the Black Eyed Peas. We went way back. And it was crazy because it looked so old. Even though it was like 2001, it looked old. So we had some major winners. We had Island Thrifts. I see you in chat. Stephanie Fishman, thank you for being there last night. Y'all are a hoot. You are so funny. We had Potato in there. We had Island win some money. We had Auntie Cheryl win twice. What's up, Bombshell? Auntie Cheryl. What just happened to my camera? Can you guys still hear me? Dude, why did I just turn green? Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm so ugly. I just broke my camera. Something ain't right. The fuck? Hold on. Good morning, Sally. Whoa. Why do I have a green thing over my face? Dude. I have the weirdest things happen to me, I swear. Yeah, but did you see me turn colors? Lucia liked the halftime show. I'm an orb. Jay got slimed. Hi, Scott H. Oh my God. Let's try to do this again. What happened to that? Like, how does that just rando happen? Don't know. Now I have no picture on my camera. Robin Malete. Let me see your message. I have a good friend in Kenya. She's a content creator on YouTube. I was wondering if you'd be interested in interviewing her sometime. Ooh, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, hit me up. Hit me up. So you guys, let me fill you in on the screen while I figure out my camera because it's not working. We have Kayla taking the stand. She's back on the stand today. She had a migraine on Friday and had to go back to her cell. So we're going to have Kayla. Now, over on the left-hand side, we have the Wheel of Friday goals. We have a member goal. We have a super chat goal. And we have a new goal. It's called the donation goal. And the donation goal is met when people use www.j4j411.live. .live. Island, you crack me up. So those donations will be on-screen donations like a super chat, except you can use your card or whatnot. If you go to www.j4j411.com, you will see that you won't have to miss a moment of the stream of the trial. You'll be over there and you'll be like, damn, I can still watch over here. Shit. So yeah, we've got 3 different goals. If we hit them all this week, on Friday, we spin the wheel for great prizes. So if you're not familiar with Friday is our weekly fun stream, and we do lots of fun stuff. So we're gonna spin off some merch because we've got some new merch. If y'all haven't seen it, UGG is an emotion. So yeah, we're gonna be spinning the wheel Friday if we make all 3 goals this week. And the little ticker that's underneath my camera when it works. shows all your J for J411.live donations. So you will see your name scroll across if you have used that form of tipping. So everything is appreciated, never expected. And we get into today's stream. So if you want to gift a membership, I believe you can't do it on an iPhone, which is really dumb. But I'm not sure if you can do it if you go to Safari. That I'm not sure. Or Chrome. Mother of cycle breakers. I can't believe the judge ever gave Adam custody either. Let's see if we can get my camera working again. I'm probably going to come on the screen really big. And then you're going to see also I have a little widget that shows how many people are watching. And look, we have 204 watching. Have you guys all hit that like button yet? If not, now would be a great time to do so. It sure would. It sure would. Yeah, my camera's still not fucking working. Weird. It's like nothing. Ain't nobody want to see my ass today, I guess. Terry figured it out. Thank you, Terry. She gifted a membership. Let's see who gets it. Atlas Aurora, welcome to the lounge. Thank you, Terry. Good morning, Miss Robin. Is my hand over the camera? It might be shit. I just went to add it again and it still doesn't work. Nobody wants to see me today. And I actually feel like a regular human today. I woke up well before my alarm. I went to bed after the Super Bowl last night. I was a little bummed and didn't win any cashola, but that's okay. But I went to bed after the Super Bowl and I was up well before my alarm goes off, which was a bonus. Yeah, it's still not working. That is so bizarre. I can actually... God. I might need to unplug it and plug it back in. Good morning, Krista Pixelated. Scout, hello, New York. Good morning, good morning. All right, hopefully I don't screw anything up by unplugging and plugging back in. I'm doing the right plugger. And you should notice that our stream is very smooth. It's very... Ooh, I'm back. I'm back in black. Woo! Hi, guys. You should notice how clear the stream is. I think I finally got the settings down. Bit rates and all that bullshit. I think I finally got it down. You might hear a mower from time to time. They are mowing grass. It's hot and humid here in Tampa, Florida. So I'm back. You do get to see my lovely face today. Lucky you. It looks cozy. Thank you, Atlas. I've been working on it, trying to get it where it's cozy and it looks the way I want it to. Headphones might help if I want to hear the trial. I know, yay. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but you see me now. I removed the tape from the camera. I had duct tape over it. Yeah, I guess Dolly Vision is in the courtroom too, per Angie B. Good morning, Jamie M. Rainy in South Carolina. I heard it's raining in Georgia too. It is sunny here, but it rained overnight. Thanks, Scott. It looks the best it ever have. Like, It looks the best it ever has. But I finally got thank you for subscribing Interspace. I finally got my settings down, Scott. So with this OBS, it kept telling me all last week. You know how like my screen was going like cutting out? Like it was 1982?
Shall we play a game?
So yeah, I was like, what's going on? So it kept saying my bit rate was too low. It was like, you need to raise your bit rate. It was, thank you, Christina. It was like, you need to raise your bit rate. Your stream is not getting enough bits or whatever. I was like, what do I do? But I finally figured it out. Cold, but blue sky and sunny in Michigan. That's the most you can ask for in Michigan in February. I had a couple birthdays happen over the weekend. So my best friend from kindergarten, Heather, turned 51 on the 10th. And this is a friend that I've had. God, we've known each other since we were 4. And we're 50 and 51. So my friend of 45, 46 years turned 51 over the weekend. Happy birthday to Heather. And then yesterday, today's the 12th. Today is, hi, Lizzie Bones, my sister Sue's birthday. My sister Sue passed away in 1984. She would be 62 today. Crazy. So happy birthday to Sue as well. Any birthdays in the house? We got any birthdays this week? Jessica, thank you for being in court. Nice to see you. Jessica, Dolly Vision, another creator, is in the courtroom. Not saying you have to associate, but I'm just letting you know. Also, your daughter turns 25 tomorrow. Wow. Happy birthday to your daughter. Oh, she has no headphones. Okay. Isn't that awesome? I mean, we don't talk nearly as much as we should. Yeah, she was 23, Robin. Yep, it's Abraham Lincoln's birthday today. Yesterday was your dad's first heavenly birthday. Oh, Robin. Malete. Your daughter's name is Heather. She's 52. Uh-oh, Jessica's next to Matt. Meg P's boys turn 6 tomorrow, February the 13th. Let's be friends. Good morning. Damn, 12 inches or more tomorrow. Tina P, I hope you feel better. Good morning, you guys. Thanks for watching that video I put up of Crystal as well. I want to thank Jess. I know she can't hear me because she doesn't have headphones today. But I'm really glad that she found that video and sent it to me, the interview with Crystal Sorry on Court TV. I felt like my mind changed from that one interview. Like she's somebody who fell into an unfortunate addiction and an unfortunate situation. And I think it's a really good testament as to how DCF views these people. They don't view them as individuals. I'm so sorry, Angie. I'm giving my Angie a virtual hug because I know it's hard. Happy birthday to your husband, handsomely 58, the Silver Fox. I don't think Adam's going to come until he testifies. I think Adam is going to testify, and he's going to try to use his gaslighting techniques to blame it on Kayla. It does. I hate that. But yeah, what were we talking about? I can't remember. Healing Nature, hello in London. We've got another potato. A British potato. Good morning. Or good afternoon for y'all. You know, it's really cute when I go to my computer clock and I click on it. It pulls up the London clock for me. So I know what time it is in Potatoes World. So right now it's 2:04. Oh, about Crystal. Yeah, I just really think that she's someone who seriously got wrapped up into a horrible situation that just kept getting more horrible. Good morning, Allison. Your high school boyfriend's birthday is tomorrow. How did you like the game, A Libra? We didn't watch it. We watched the end of it. We watched little bits. We kept up with the score for our football squares, but for the most part, we watched. Christy, I'm sorry for your loss too. We watched old halftime shows, which was pretty cool. So yeah, Adam, I don't think he's going to show up until he testifies. I think he's going to testify. I was watching some lawyers talk about it because I have no fucking clue. But some lawyers were saying the opening statement made it sound like the only way they could get the information that they were presenting in the opening statement was from Adam himself. So that's why I say that. Oh, we're getting ready to start. Jess says, all rise. Stand up. I know Jess can't hear me, so thank you, Jess, for being there today and every day. Looks like we're going to start here in just a couple minutes. We are on a little bit of a lag behind Jess, who is in real time. So Jess will be giving us live updates on, what the jury's doing, what they're looking like, what their emotions are looking like, things that are going on out in the hallway, et cetera, et cetera. So she's going to keep us up to date. Gustave, good morning. So it's already a sidebar, she said. Yeah. Maybe they're discussing Exhibit E. Do you use the video chat feature in your Discord? We have, like we have a live lounge. Yes, we do. So what we do is we watch movies or documentaries on Saturday nights. So let me tell you, this is what our Discord consists of. I'm glad you asked. Watch party Saturday nights. We do watch parties during the week. We play games. We color.
Steven, council approach.
We have a chat that is going 24/7, which is absolutely crazy. But if you ever need someone to talk to or you can't sleep, there is always someone around. It's kind of a nice feeling. Good morning, Sirius. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. If I missed anybody, good morning. Healing Nature, good morning. McKenna, hello. I don't know what you mean. I'm live, honey. There might be a few minutes delay, but that's just the way it goes. Kayla's lawyer just walked in, Jess says. Schmicky, if you need help, we'll help you. We want you to get the most out of your membership. Court started at 9, but we're not on the record yet. Yep, we watch police cases live when we catch them, like any kind of watch along. Okay, so if you download Discord, and you can watch stuff in there that you can't watch on YouTube because of copyright. Good morning, Julie. So if you download Discord, go in your settings and go to connections and then connect your YouTube. That's the ticket. So you have to connect your YouTube to your Discord and then it automatically picks up because you have to be a member. Good morning, Jean. The lawyers are just chit-chatting at the Mo. All right. She says, here comes Miss Kayla. So we're going to be beginning. Thank you for being here, guys. Again, if you need anything in chat, hit up one of those lovely moderators that are dressed in blue dresses just for you. Blue dresses. Just like Bill Clinton in the blue dress. What do you mean you take over? Don't ever panic. We're all in the same boat. Be careful, Meg. Have a good day, Casey. Yes, that dress. Sin. That one. The blue dress. They're in the blue dresses, looking pretty. Holly, thank you for your super chat. That was so nice and generous of you. Look at Holly's puppies. We love everybody's pets. On Discord, go to Help Desk. There's different forms of instruction in there to connect Discord to YouTube. You know, there is Potato, I noticed last night that there is a section in Discord I haven't set up yet, and it's called onboarding. And I guess it makes an onboarding channel that gives your people instructions. I probably should have done onboarding, but I didn't. Put a 1 in chat if the stream is looking smooth and crisp and clear for you. I've also got captions on for your viewing pleasure. Thank you for being here at J is for Justice Trial Watch. I appreciate all of you. And we start with a cough. Fuck. Yay. I'm so glad you guys won't get pixelated anymore. Oh, Kayla. Kayla. I can't stand you, lady. It's going to be a long day, guys.
All right, if everyone's ready, please rise for the jurors.
Stand up!
That's cool, Scott H. Holly, thank you. Lots of practice, honey. Lots of practice.
All rise for the jury.
Again?
Stand up!
Thought we already did that. I know, Stephanie. She is repulsive. Repulsive. When did she have another baby? Where did she have it? Her last baby. Tickled pink music. Isn't that disgusting?
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes.
All right, I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Oh, she's so ratchet.
I believe when we left off on Friday, morning, by the way, when on Friday we were talking about getting ready to sit down and talk to police after you were arrested on 2 charges of perjury.
Yes.
And you told the police that you wanted to talk to them, but it took a while before you actually talked to them because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on what you said.
Yes.
And essentially, those terms were that what you said couldn't be used against you, but would be used as a gauge for whether or not they wanted to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Yes.
And so if you said something that hurt you, they wouldn't be able to say Kayla admitted to this and charge you with a crime, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if they found evidence independently to support what you said and that you committed a new crime, they could charge you.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And so this agreement did not include those conditions that you had written while you were in your jail cell thinking of cooperating, right?
Yes.
Because they had not come to you with any sort of cooperation agreement.
Right.
Okay. Now, you knew in going to talk to them that they wanted information about Harmony being missing, right?
Yes.
Whether or not she was alive,
Yes.
when she went missing,
Yes.
under what circumstances she went missing.
Yes.
And these are things that you had been thinking about since the time of your arrest, right?
Yes.
And when you first told the lie to the police and to the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony, she was driving away with Adam to be taken to her mother, follow-up showed that not to be true, and you knew it, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you knew it, other than what you had lived through, but you knew they had found it not to be true, was that you had seen and heard Crystal Sorey talking on the news about her missing child, right?
I didn't see that right when they were questioning me.
Okay. It had been going on for a little bit, though, right?
Yes.
And also, while you were in your jail cell, you got what's called discovery, right?
Yes.
And that is police reports and searches and the results of all that stuff that is sent to you as a part of you being charged for a crime, right?
Yes.
And that discovery included the investigation into Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And it included the charge of the reports and stuff on the charge of second-degree assault against Adam.
Yes.
And so you knew what people had said to the police and stuff about that second-degree assault charge.
Yes.
And you also knew that the charge was for Adam striking Harmony in the face.
Yes.
And you knew that there was a claim of black eyes from that, right?
Yes.
And when you told the police your story of what happened to Harmony, the allegation that you had was striking her in the face, right?
Yes.
And you included a story of black eyes.
Yes.
All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is the timeline of your accusations against Adam. So on June 3rd, you met with the police for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
And it was, the meeting that you had was audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And your lawyer was present,
Yes.
and the police were generally the ones asking questions,
Yes.
but there was somebody from the Attorney General's office who was also present.
Yes.
And then after that, after that interview, and it was fairly long, right?
Yes.
There was a break in between, but between the two of them, it was really long.
Yes.
And then you got booked for the perjury charges.
Yes.
And during booking, you said something to Detective Dunleavy about Portland pie,
Yes.
and that Adam had taken the body to Portland pie from the freezer and then returned it to Union Street later.
Yes.
The plea agreement, well, then you talked again on the June 23rd.
Yes.
And on June 23rd, that was also audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And about the same amount of people were there,
Yes.
and generally the same people.
Yes.
And after that, you did reach your deal, right?
Yes.
But, and you were out for the interview on June 23rd. You were back out on bail, right?
Yes.
And then, as we talked about, sometime in September, you got arrested and reincarcerated.
Yes.
And then sometime after that, you and your attorney reached, well, you got an agreement with the state.
Yes.
And under that agreement, you could serve a minimum of 2 years.
I don't remember.
I think you testified on direct that you got a 3.5 to 7 suspended and a 3.5 to 7 to serve, but you could get out, you could get 1.5 years suspended off of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be a minimum of 2 years.
Yes.
And you also got credit for the time that you had put in while on bail.
Yes.
And so your parole hearing comes up in a month or two?
May.
May? Okay. Now, after you reached the agreement, you pled to that agreement in November of
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
And then in March of 2023, you had another meeting with the same group of people?
Yes.
And where was that meeting?
At the Attorney General's office in Concord.
And you were housed in the New Hampshire State Prison for Women at that time, right?
Yes.
And you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office to talk to him.
Yes.
And that interview was also recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
And generally the police were asking the questions,
Yes.
and the prosecutor from the state might ask a few.
Yes.
But he was there for the whole thing watching.
Yes.
And then, so that was March of 2023. And then this December of 2023, you met with the state again, right?
Yes.
And was that the same sort of thing where you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office?
No.
Where was that meeting?
At the Women's State Prison.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Myself and Chris and my lawyer and Amy.
And Amy's somebody who works with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, she's an advocate.
Okay. And there you were not recorded, right?
No.
And that meeting was also a long meeting?
Yes.
Reviewing things that you had said before?
Yes.
Reviewing what your testimony would be at trial?
Yes.
Questioning some things that you had to say?
Yes.
And I think I said it, but it was not recorded.
Right.
And then you met with them again in January.
Yes.
Same sort of situation.
Yes.
And that was around January 10.
Yes.
And was that about as long?
Yeah.
Going through all the stuff that you had said before,
Yes.
questioning you on the stuff that you had said before,
Yes.
and getting ready to testify here.
Yes.
And then January 19, you met with them again?
January what?
19?
Yes.
And same situation?
Yes.
So that you're going over what you had said before,
Yes.
going over what you're going to say to the jury,
Yes.
and there might be some questions about what you said before, and so you kind of go back through it and work through that.
Yes.
And was that it as far as meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And during all that time, you had plenty of time to review in your mind your memories and talk about things that you had said.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about some of the things that you've said to the jury and before the jury trial, okay?
Yes.
So you talked about after your eviction, which was November 27,
Yes.
you lived in your car for about 2 weeks.
Yes, a few weeks.
From November 27 to the day it broke down on December 7.
Yes.
Little under 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're evicted, you take some items with you.
Yes.
Take some clothing for the kids.
Yes.
You take the toothbrush for Harmony.
Yes.
Make sure she can brush her teeth while she's in the car.
Yes. We all had toothbrushes.
Huh?
We all had toothbrushes.
Okay, so Declan and Seamus also were brushing their teeth?
Well, they had baby toothbrushes.
Okay. And so you made sure that you packed those things that the kids need for their hygiene.
Yes.
And some clothes for each of them,
Yes.
in addition to what they were wearing.
Yes.
And then you probably got some extra bibs and stuff for when you're feeding Declan,
Yes.
and diapers,
Yes.
and food.
Yes.
Okay. And extra underpants for Harmony.
I don't remember.
Okay. You had outerwear for the kids,
Yes.
coats and shoes,
Yes.
and socks.
Yes.
And the next day was Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you recall where you stayed on Thanksgiving?
No. I don't remember.
You didn't celebrate a Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day, right?
No.
Okay. And the day after Thanksgiving, you went to your mom's house.
Yes.
And you went the day after Thanksgiving to see if she could put you up.
Yes.
And she wasn't able to.
No.
But you were there at her house for a while.
Yes.
And you used that time to clean up the kids
Yes.
because they had been in the car the night before.
Yes.
And to clean them up a lot better than just wiping the boys when you changed their diapers, right?
Yes.
And brushing their teeth
Yes.
and changing their clothes.
Yes.
Did you use her laundry while you were there?
I don't remember.
Okay. And your mom took that time to get to know her grandchildren,
Yes.
including Harmony.
Yes.
And she couldn't put you up, so you had to leave.
Yes.
And you stayed in the car that night.
Yes.
And then, that was, by the way, November 29, the day after Thanksgiving, right?
Yes.
And that's the same day that you had a car accident, right?
The 29th, yes.
Okay, and that was a car accident with Tabitha Scott in the front seat, you in the back seat with the kids,
Yes.
and Adam driving.
Yes.
Sorry. And police came after the accident,
Yes.
and you had Declan in a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus was in some sort of,
He was in a car seat.
okay, and Harmony was not.
No.
You did not have a car seat for Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were in the back, so she wasn't in a seatbelt either, right?
No.
And that was a problem when the police officer came, right?
Yes.
And blanket was thrown over Harmony, and she was told to hide so that the police officer wouldn't know that you had too many kids in the car that were, and one was unrestrained.
No.
Okay. You were hiding the fact that you did not have Harmony restrained in the back seat at the time of the accident.
Yes.
And then Adam had his license at that time, right?
I don't remember if he lost it then or not.
Okay. Well, he was able to drive away from there after the police officer talked to you all, right?
Yes.
So he probably had his license, right?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And Tabitha Scott, your friend that was in the car at the time of the accident, she was a friend, right?
Yes.
And she really liked Harmony, right?
Yes.
She would play with Harmony, right?
Yes.
And sometimes play dress up and stuff like that with her, right?
No, but okay. I don't remember that happening.
Okay. Remember taking photographs and like photoshopping them to put stuff on them and stuff like that in
Yes.
photographs? Okay. And Tabitha was somebody that you would have babysit the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And sometimes it would just be Harmony and you would take the two boys with you, or sometimes she might do all three.
Yes.
And your accident on the 29th, do you recall that being in the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you went to your mom's before or after that?
I think I went to my mom's later that night.
Okay. And Harmony did not have black eyes when you went to your mom's,
No.
right? So she did not have black eyes when she was in that accident, right?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Okay. Now, December 1st. Well, that was an accident on the 29th, and you made up a lie about November 30th. What did you actually do on November 30th?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about December 1? Do you know what you did that day?
No.
Do you know where you stayed?
In the car?
Do you know where the car was?
No.
Was it at Colonial Village?
I remember that's where we would normally park and sleep in the car.
Okay. You said that Anthony Bodero, and am I pronouncing that right? Bodero?
Yes.
Okay. That he would come down to the car while you were in the parking lot.
Yes.
And I think that you said that he would give you drugs.
Yes.
And that he would see Harmony during that less than 2 week period that you were in the car.
Yes.
And that when he would come down, she would wave to him.
Yes.
And he would wave back.
Yes.
And Harmony was not undercover when she would wave to Anthony Brodero.
No.
And she was not hidden from public view or Anthony Brodero's view when he would come down in the morning.
No.
And I think that you said that he might come, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently.
Yes.
And he also brought you some Thanksgiving leftovers.
Yes.
And when he did that, he saw Harmony.
Yes.
Now, there was another accident on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you had another accident outside of the clinic after the accident on November 29?
Yes.
And that was, during a time that you and Adam had been going to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not with you at that time.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay. So it is, and I think you said reviewing the accident report would not refresh your recollection? Or would it?
I don't remember.
If I gave you the accident report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I will try and remember.
I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4-page document, and I've actually highlighted the date on the first page just because there's so much information. But do you think if you reviewed the accident report, it might refresh your recollection that your kids were not in the car?
I remember the accident, but I don't remember if the kids were in the car or not.
Okay.
Even looking at this, I don't remember. I just remember we were in an accident
Okay.
outside the clinic.
Okay. And I think we talked about that a little bit on Friday, that the police asked you about that as well
Yes.
during your interview, right?
Yes.
And that you said that maybe Tabitha or maybe your mom was babysitting the kids.
Yes.
So if you were in the accident and the kids were not with you, they would have been with somebody that you trusted to babysit them.
Yes.
Harmony would not have been hidden from whoever that babysitter was.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden from public view.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden under a blanket.
No.
Now, do you recall it snowing at all while you were staying at the Colonial Village parking lot?
I know that there was snow on and off.
Okay. There was actually a bit of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you were parked at Colonial Village.
Yes.
And did you go inside to the Bodero's residence during that storm?
I don't remember going in there.
Okay. Did you ever take the children into Mr. Bodero's residence to brush their teeth or to clean them up or anything like that?
I remember bringing the kids up to his apartment, but I don't remember when that was.
Okay. So let's talk about living in the car. You got a couple of boys that are quite young.
Yes.
One is about 11 months,
Yes.
and your other son was 2.5-ish.
Yes.
And they can only stay in
2.5-ish.
one time for
This
a
lady's
certain amount
awful,
of time,
guys.
right?
Right.
And then they start getting pretty rambunctious, right?
Yes.
And fussy.
Yes.
And Declan, if he gets fussy, will cry.
Yes.
And that'll make Seamus cry.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And Harmony, also, maybe not as rambunctious, but would get pretty fussy about being in the car for a long time, right?
Yes.
And so you would try and find ways to entertain them.
Yes.
And one of the ways that you entertained them was to go to a public place like maybe the mall, just to get them walking around inside for a while.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You remember losing your phone at the mall while you and Adam were walking around with the kids?
No.
Okay. One of the ways that you would entertain them was to take them to places like Walmart when you were shopping for more food.
I don't remember going there.
Okay. What were the ways that you entertained them?
I don't remember what we did with them. I just remember living in the car.
Okay. But you didn't have the children in the car 24/7, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you play or take them to walk on those balance beams and stuff on that little play center at the back of the parking lot at Colonial?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the food that you had. You would eat things like tortilla wraps,
Yeah, we had tortilla wraps.
bananas,
Yes.
peanut butter,
Yes.
apples,
I don't remember apples.
baby food,
Yes.
cereal,
Yes.
formula,
Yes.
and if you had cereal, you had milk.
I don't remember keeping milk in the car like that, but
Okay.
possibly.
So if you had baby cereal, Seamus would just eat it dry.
Yes.
And what was Seamus eating at that time? He was doing a mix of baby food and real food?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you'd feed him your food,
Yes.
little bits, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to make sure that he took it and put it in his mouth, right?
Yes.
Instead of dropping it on the car floor.
Yes.
And Declan had formula. Did he also
Baby food.
baby food?
Yes.
How about the cereal?
No.
So you would have to turn around and feed Declan in the back seat, or would you put him on your lap and feed him in the front seat?
I'd turn his car seat around so that he'd be facing that direction so I could feed him.
Okay. And diapers?
Yes.
So when Declan or Seamus would go to the bathroom in the car, they would be
Yes.
going to the bathroom in diapers, right?
Yes.
And Declan, his diapers didn't smell too much, right? Because he was still just a baby.
I don't remember.
Okay. But Seamus's diapers would smell, right?
Yes.
And so Seamus and Declan are both going to the bathroom in the car in their diapers,
Yes.
and you would change them where?
In the car.
And all the time?
If we were just living in our car, yes.
And then you would throw the diapers in the dumpster?
Yes.
And certainly in Colonial Village, you had a dumpster nearby.
Yes.
And then you would try to clean them up more than just the wipes when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And that would be in public restrooms.
I don't remember going to public restrooms.
Where would you clean them more than just wipes?
I don't remember.
But you remember that you would.
I remember cleaning them with wipes. I don't remember bringing them to any, like, restroom or stuff like that. I don't remember that.
Okay. So you talked about going to your mother's on the 29th of November. Is that the last time that they got a thorough cleaning?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do that to your kids, right?
I wouldn't, but if I was stuck in the situation I was stuck in, then yeah.
Okay. You had your own hygiene to worry about in the car, right?
Yes.
And I think that you said on direct that you would ask Harmony to come with you, and sometimes she wouldn't,
Right?
sometimes she would.
Yes.
And where would you go for your hygiene?
If we ended up going to a gas station that had a bathroom.
Okay. So one of the places that you used to clean yourself and Harmony up was public restroom in a gas station.
Yes.
Perhaps convenience store,
Yes.
perhaps Walmart.
I don't remember going to Walmart.
Okay. So sometimes she would come out of the car with you and go into the convenience store and you would clean her up, right?
Yes.
And she would not be under a blanket.
No.
Right. And sometimes she didn't go with you.
Right.
And if she had not gone to the bathroom for a long time, would you insist?
I would ask her.
Uh-huh. And she would say what?
She would say no, she doesn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And if she hadn't gone to the bathroom for all day, would you insist that she go to the bathroom with you?
Yes.
And when you insisted, did she go with you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, you talked about sometimes Harmony would go to the bathroom in the car.
Yes.
Was she wearing underwear during that whole time?
Yes.
Where did you clean her underwear?
We didn't clean her underwear.
Okay. So and I think that you said it was urinating and defecating in the car.
Yes.
And I'll call it pee and poop, okay?
Yes.
And so you said that she did both.
Yes.
And then, so suppose she peed in the car. What would you do to clean it up?
We would change her clothes.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
Would you clean the car?
Wipe the seat. Yeah.
Okay. And would you clean the underwear that she was wearing?
No, they'd get put in a bag.
Okay. So you had like maybe 7 or 8 or 9 pair of underwear for her to wear?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you said we would clean her up. That would be you and Adam?
Yes.
And when she... How many sets of clothes did she have?
I don't remember.
Probably just a couple, right?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know if you had more than a couple?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if she urinated in her pants, you would have to not only change her underpants, but also her leggings, right?
Yes.
And do you know if you had a bunch of leggings as well as a bunch of underpants to replace them?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then when she pooped, you would clean her?
Yes.
You would wipe her with the baby wipes?
Yes.
And then would you take her to a public restroom to get her more cleaned?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry. It's okay.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, and you would sort of understand that she was going through a difficult time because of so many changes in her life?
Yes.
And so you would understand and tell her, Harmony, I know this is difficult, but you really have to tell us when you go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Before you go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Because, and you tried to encourage, come with me, we'll take care of it, we'll be in the bathroom, come with me, right?
Yes.
And, did you ever buy pull-ups for her when it became more than a one-time thing?
I don't remember.
Okay. Something you might have thought of, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And being cooped up in that car for so much time with the kids was a little bit difficult, right?
Yes.
And it was difficult for the kids too, right?
Yes.
So sometimes chaos would just erupt, right?
Yes.
Declan crying, Seamus crying, Harmony crying, right?
No.
Okay.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. But when they cried, it would sort of cascade, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. And it's like what's happening to one would go to the other, and it would just be chaos, right?
Yes.
And how would you soothe them?
I don't remember.
Now, you said that Badero didn't want you staying at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Right.
He was actually afraid somebody might notice, and he would
Yes.
get in trouble.
Yes.
But you also said that he came down daily or every other day or so to give you drugs.
Yes.
So he didn't want to come down and in public hand drugs over to a car that's squatting in a parking lot where it shouldn't be.
Right.
Did he? He came down to meet with Adam.
Yes.
And Adam occasionally would drive him places because Adam had his license.
Right.
And he would drive Badero's car, and you would be there with the kids.
I don't remember that.
Okay. But he would have Adam driving him places?
I remember he did that when we were staying at the house. I don't remember him doing that when we lived in the car.
Okay. Well, Badero wasn't... Did you have money while you were in the car?
Not really.
Okay. So you pretty much had to count your pennies when you bought more food and stuff like that?
Yes.
And you couldn't splurge in anything because it was pretty tight, right?
Yes.
But when Adam would meet up with Mr. Badero, he would be able to get some drugs.
Yes.
And Anthony Badero was not giving him drugs for free.
No.
Right? Adam was doing Anthony some favors.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. Approach.
Wake up. This lady's horrible. Oh man, you guys, it just drives me nuts to think that she looked like that in public and
Objection is
nobody
sustained.
did
Question be
anything.
rephrased.
So when Adam and Anthony got together, after a while, Adam would be able to come back with some drugs.
Not when we were living in the car.
Anthony Badero was not giving out drugs for free, right?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Okay. And actually, on the day that your car died, and you described going to the clinic and coming out and going to Burger King and then going back to the parking lot, Adam asked you to go up to Anthony Badero's to get some drugs, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he asked you to do it because Anthony might front you a bag because he never says no, right?
Approach.
Okay, so what I meant about see something, say something is like that Walmart employee. Like, Walmart's not going to want the liability of an employee who's going to step in and like physically get involved with a customer. That's a huge lawsuit for Walmart. Like, they're not going to want that. So that's why the lady got fired. You don't step in yourself, especially when you're working somewhere. If you're just like a normal person, fine. But if you're working somewhere, call authorities.
And that he asked you to go to Badero's to get drugs that day because Badero would front you.
Overruled. It's cross-examination. You may proceed.
Would front you a bag because he never says no to you, right?
That's not true.
Which part?
That he never says no to me.
Okay. But on that day, that's why Adam asked you to go up to Badero's to get some drugs.
I don't remember that day.
Okay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of the interview that you did with the police on the 23rd. And it's marked Defendant's Exhibit 2, D2 for ID.
Exhibit E.
Could you say that, could you just repeat the ID?
Exhibit number D2 for ID.
D2, okay, D2. Thank you.
So may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Now, we talked about your interview on June 23rd with police. I'll come up in a second, right?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded, right?
Yes.
And Detective Jack Dunleavy was there,
Yes.
and Detective Max Rahill,
Yes.
and a U.S. Marshal was there,
Yes.
and an Assistant Attorney General was there,
Yes.
and your attorney was there,
Yes.
and you were there.
Yes.
And that was June 23rd. I'm going to show you a copy of this transcript and point out some stuff so you'll know that's what I'm talking about, okay? See the date
Yes.
and the people that were present.
Yes.
And so I'm going to point you to page, and like with anything that I give you, I'm going to point to an area that I'm interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to point you to page, to that area there and ask you to take a look.
Yes?
I blew up the pictures of Kayla. Yeah. I mean, good for her. She's clean, but she's a monster. She was a monster to little Harmony. She wasn't someone that she could go to for safety or security. Poor little Harmony had two monsters who were high as fuck in the front seat. You heard her. I don't remember going to public bathrooms. But I sat there and watched my husband bash his kid's face in because she peed and pooped. I mean, fuck off, Kayla Montgomery. And I don't know how those prosecutors can, like, look in the mirror and know they made a deal with this bitch because she's trash. She should be held just as accountable as Adam. It's gross. And she really isn't clean. I mean, look at her. She's still high on shit. Oh, Jenny, that's awful. I shouldn't say clean. She's off the illegal drugs, I should say. Now she's on prescribed drugs. And she's no better off, really. I mean, she's put on some weight. It's about the only difference. She's put on the weight and she doesn't look haggardly. Because she's on the inside. Wait till she's let out. She's already... She only got 18 months.
I remember saying that, but I still don't remember that happen. I don't know. I don't remember that day. I don't remember that happening that specific day.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay? And I pointed you to something that you told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
And to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of they talked about in June 3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? Or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing
Uh-huh.
on that day. Like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tone's to get a bag of drugs. That's me. I knew that tone. But let me actually check, because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in.
Roro calls him
So it was
Papa.
not me.
I mean, that's
Roro.
not-
Who was Roro?
You're not disagreeing that you did tell the police that, you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
drugs from your friend Tone Badero?
I don't remember that specific thing happening that day because I've done it a lot of times.
Okay, but you're not disagreeing that you told him that that's what you did that day?
Right.
Okay. And Tone sometimes will give you drugs for free,
Right.
but that's not what he normally does.
Right.
Okay. And throughout the time that you were in the car, Adam would do things to find ways to get money to buy drugs from Mr. Badero.
Yes.
And one of the ways that he did that was to do things for Mr. Badero.
Not while we were living in the car.
Okay. Now, there were a lot of people that parked at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it might not have a whole lot of people during the day, but in the morning before work and in the afternoon after work, it was pretty full.
Yes.
And you did not want to be noticed in the parking lot
Right.
because somebody might tell on you and you'd have to leave.
Right.
And you wanted to be there close to Mr. Badero's apartment.
Yes.
But especially in the morning and in the afternoon when people were moving around more before work and coming home from work, you wanted the kids pretty quiet.
If they were quiet. I don't remember.
Well, you didn't want your children screaming in the car, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want that cascade of chaos where Declan might cry and then everybody starts crying.
That's not a normal thing that would happen.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Right.
You would want them, especially during that time period, to be pretty quiet so nobody notices.
I don't remember that.
Now, almost every morning, you went to the clinic in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe you missed one, but certainly not. It was a regular daily thing, right?
Right.
You would get up and you would leave the parking lot, go to the clinic, get your dosage, and then go off somewhere else.
Right.
Might go to Burger King,
Yes.
might go to a gas station,
Yes.
might go to some other place and use the facilities and restroom.
I don't remember that.
Okay, if you went to a gas station, you would use the facilities, right?
Right, but never mind.
Okay. There were other places that you went besides a gas station and Burger King, right?
Right.
Okay. And if facilities were available to use, you would take the opportunity to take the kids out and clean them up.
Yes.
Okay. And if Harmony had messed her clothes, would you hand wash the clothes?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
Okay.
We'd change her clothes.
Okay. But if she peed in her pants, her clothes would still smell like urine.
Right.
And if she did it a lot, you had a limited amount of clothes, right?
Right.
And if she pooped her pants, you'd also have to remove the clothes and change them with something else.
Right.
And you didn't have 2 weeks worth of clothes for Harmony.
No.
As a matter of fact, you described what Harmony was wearing, and it was pretty much the same thing the whole time, right?
No.
the leggings that you remembered that she was wearing?
Right.
Those were the leggings that she was wearing when she left the house?
No.
Okay. And I was talking about money, that Adam would find ways to get some money. You were not working, right?
Right.
And you were not pulling in any money, right?
Right.
You were watching the kids.
We were staying in our car.
And you were watching the kids, right?
Yeah.
And you were not working.
No.
And you talked on direct when you were being questioned by the state, and you said that you had confessed to your crime of theft at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had taken responsibility for that crime, right?
Yes.
Well, you actually got caught in that theft, right?
Yes.
And you were given an option of writing a confession and reaching a restitution agreement, or the police would be called.
Yes.
And so accepting responsibility was taking the lesser way out of the problem so that you wouldn't get a theft charge.
Right.
And you reached an agreement to get out of criminal charges.
Right.
Okay. You were held responsible for that charge, for
Yes.
that crime, right?
Yes.
Just in a different way. By the way, when you used drugs in the car, you wouldn't use them all. You would sort of spread out the usage as much as you could.
Yes.
And so you may not get that as good of a feeling as you would get if you had more money and a better situation, right?
No.
Okay. Doing the drugs sort of eased life's worries?
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, because life's worries still intruded even while you were using the drugs, right?
Yes.
And especially if the kids were fussy and everything, you couldn't just sit back and relax with the drugs. You still had to pay attention to the kids.
Right.
And if they were crying, you still had to soothe the kids.
Yes.
And if they needed changing, or Seamus, Peter pooped in the car, or Harmony, Peter pooped in the car, you couldn't just sit back and relax. You had to do something.
Yes.
Okay. We talked about those several statements that you gave to the police and the prosecutor from the Attorney General's office about the death of Harmony.
Yes.
And those stories changed a bit over time.
Yes.
And when you first told the story, you said that Harmony was peeing and pooping in the car, and Adam punched her 10 to 15 times in the parking lot of the Colonial.
Yes.
And that it was like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And when the officer asked, you mean in the overnight hours? You said, yes, it was in the overnight hours that this happened.
Yes.
Because something did happen at 2 or 3 in the morning on the day that Harmony died.
Yes.
And that was that Adam got in the car and Harmony did not wake up.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. What happened at 2 or 3 in the morning on that day?
Harmony had an accident and Adam kept punching her in the head.
Okay. At 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
It was the middle of the night.
And so, in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning, you're saying that Adam punched her 10 to 15 times.
Yes.
And Harmony was crying,
Yes.
screaming.
Yes.
Declan would start screaming.
I don't remember what Declan and Seamus were doing.
Well, that cascade effect that when one of them is crying and there's chaos in the car, all of them were crying, right?
Not really.
Okay. And then what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I tried telling him to stop, but he doesn't listen.
Okay. What did you do about the mess?
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Did you clean the car?
No.
Did you clean Harmony?
No.
Was it a pee or a poop?
I don't remember.
Smells are considerably different, right?
Right. But
Both
the
of them-
car already stunk.
It stunk from all the kids living in the car, eating in the car, peeing and pooping in the car, and food being left around the car, right?
Yes.
And body odor.
Yes.
And so if Harmony peed in her seat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, are you saying that you left her sitting in a puddle of pee?
Yes.
And if she pooped at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're saying you left her sitting in her own defecation?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared of Adam.
Did he tell you don't clean her up?
No, but when I told him to stop, he gave me the crazy eyes that he has, and I just didn't want to do anything because I was scared of him.
Okay. And then things calmed down and everybody went to sleep?
No?
Everybody stayed up?
I don't remember if everybody stayed up, but I know I didn't go back to bed.
Okay. So you were up till 2 or 3 in the morning until you woke up, until it was time to go to the clinic.
Yes.
And I think the clinic was 7 or 8 in the morning?
7.
Okay. So you sat in the car and did nothing until 7 in the morning,
Right.
and you don't remember kids crying and screaming?
No.
I believe that you testified on direct that Adam woke up and smelled pee or poop.
Yes.
Do you know which that was?
I'm sorry.
Urination or defecation, do you recall?
No.
Okay. And he got mad at her for peeing or pooping in the car.
Yes.
Was it a fresh pee or poop?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if she peed or pooped in the car from 2 or 3 in the morning?
No.
Okay. And one of the things I think that you described Adam saying at one of the things was, why don't you let us know?
Yes.
Like he's surprised at Harmony that she's smelling in the morning? So you're saying he struck her in the morning before the clinic because I think that you said before to the police because she peed herself while still in the parking lot,
Yes.
and that made him mad, you said?
Yes.
And so she peed before you went to the clinic?
It just smelled like urination all the
Okay.
time.
Okay. And she didn't have any injuries that you saw that morning, right?
No.
And you go to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And at the clinic, the two of you have to go in one at a time, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you have to go in one at a time is because somebody had tattled on you at some time earlier for leaving the kids in the car while the two of you went together.
Yes.
And so you were parked in the clinic right out front,
Yes.
and other people are also getting their dosage.
Yes.
And at least at some point, people were paying attention about, well, I'll take that back. So you're right out front of the clinic. I think you, looking at the paperwork, saw that you went in first,
Yes.
and then Adam went in.
Yes.
And did you take that time to clean the car?
No.
Why?
Because I didn't.
Okay. I think you testified that when Adam got in the car, you said, "I'm hungry, and I'm sure the kids are hungry."
Yes.
And it was you that wanted to go to Burger King for food.
Yes.
And did you want to go to Burger King because you were hungry?
Yes.
Did you want to go to Burger King because you wanted to clean the car?
No.
Why not?
I didn't.
Okay. Just you were hungry and you thought maybe the kids were hungry too.
Yes.
Okay. And Adam drove to Burger King to get you food and food for the kids.
Yes.
And Adam was not interested in food, right?
That's not true.
Why not?
Because he was hungry too.
Okay. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that Adam, I'm sorry, on March 16 of 2023, do you recall telling the prosecutor that Adam was not interested in food?
No.
All right, I'm going to take a different exhibit.
Seriously, Elaine's gonna sigh? Elaine, how about all this you've put us through this morning? We're the ones that should be sighing, not you, Elaine. Get your shit together, lady. Your client doesn't show up. You're not organized. Your voice is annoying.
Actually, I'm going to use a different copy.
Why is she so unprepared? I don't get it. I mean, haven't they known for years what they're going to ask her? my poll is definitely not alluding to one of the two being a good mother. It says, who do you think is worse? Who's the worst mother? I mean, these are both atrocious situations, but unfortunately they happened. So to say you can't vote, I mean, one's worse than the other, are they not?
Yes.
There's different levels of evil that people do and lengths people go to. That's all I meant. Yeah, I mean, it really is. Who's the lesser of the two evils? Because I just want to see how appalling you think Crystal is compared to Casey. Because I find this Kayla to be absolutely appalling. The fact that she's going to be walking free and she has children out there. If she made a deal, how can they keep her children from her? That's the question. If she made a deal, how can they keep her children from her when she gets out? I don't think it's an absurd poll. I think it's legit. I mean, they're both appalling, but what do you find more appalling? I mean, we all have feelings. We all know what feels appalling to us, right? I mean, just the fact that this went on for so long. Kenny, you really haven't missed anything. This lawyer has just been reading the discovery and saying, is that correct? Is that right? It's like, oh my God, Lord help. And she can get pregnant again. I mean, at least Casey Anthony hasn't had any more kids. Can we at least say that? At least she never had any more kids. I mean, she had a baby with Adam while Harmony was in the ceiling, seeping through the ceiling. Her decomp was seeping through. The people next door in the shelter could smell it. And she's laying down having sex with Adam Montgomery. Woo! I don't know, man. Woo!
I'm going to show you a copy of a transcript of the interview of March 16, 2023. And like before, I'm going to ask you to read a portion of it, and then I'm going to ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
So here it is. Not quite as pretty. I'm going to be asking you about this, but you could read before or after.
Okay.
Okay? Let me know when you're ready.
127 of you voted in the poll, and it looks like Kayla wins by a landslide. 72% think she is the most appalling mother when compared to Casey Anthony. And I think that says a lot about this woman we're watching on the stand right now. I find it appalling that the state needed her. When I see people like this who aren't even credible and the state needs them, where's all the evidence? Where's the detective work? You know, we should have seen investigators on the stand by now, don't you think?
Okay.
Yeah.
Check what? Oh, I'm gonna see if it's
So you,
there.
during that interview, told the police that Adam didn't care if he ate or not, right?
Right.
He wasn't there because he wanted to eat, right?
Right.
And if the prosecutor said in opening that he went to Burger King because he wanted to eat, and he did eat while driving away. That's not your recollection, right?
No.
Okay. And that's not something you ever told the police, right?
Right.
It's just plain wrong.
No, withdrawn, Your Honor.
And one of your claims is that on the way to Burger King, and I think that you said that he gets in the car at the clinic and smells urine and says, Harmony, why do you keep doing that? Why don't you tell us when you have to go?
Yes.
And he got angry outside the clinic
Yes.
and he struck her in the head
Yes.
in front of the clinic,
In the car, yes.
in the car, right?
Yes.
Where people are going in and out of the clinic.
Yes.
And where at one point somebody had noticed that you left your kids alone in the car and told on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was also yelling at her.
Yes.
And you told the jury that she was making weird noises on the way to Burger King.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there were 3 different events on the way to Burger King, 3 different times that he was maybe at a stoplight or something and would strike her again,
Yes.
and yelling at her,
Yes.
and striking her 3 to 4 times each event,
Yes.
and Harmony's crying,
Yes.
and Declan's crying,
Yes.
and Seamus is crying.
No.
Why not?
Not just because somebody's crying doesn't mean the other one cries.
Adam yelling in the car
Yeah.
not cause Seamus to cry,
No.
and Adam striking Seamus's sister right next to him didn't cause Seamus to cry,
No, he didn't.
and
know what was
Harmony
going
crying in pain didn't cause Seamus to cry.
on. No.
Okay. You said the final time that Adam hit Harmony in the head, he said he felt something.
Yes.
That, and I think you claim that Adam said, I think I heard her this time, I did something.
Yes.
And was that in a scared voice?
Yes.
Okay, so Adam thought perhaps he went overboard?
Yes.
And this was pulling into the parking lot at Burger King?
Yes.
And so, being scared, he drives up to the drive-in window.
Yes.
He orders the food that you want.
Yes.
He pays cash.
I don't remember.
Okay. When you spoke to police back in June of 2022, you recalled that he paid in cash.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
If we may approach.
Okay.
All right, I'm reading her plea agreement right now. Y'all are going to be irritated. She has like no probation. When she gets, okay, so it says right here, State of New Hampshire Judicial Branch, and we'll go over this on break. Guilty of perjury. The date of the crime was 5/20/22. And then it says the defendant is sentenced to a New Hampshire state prison for not more than 7 years or less than 3.5. But then it says pretrial confinement credit was 197 days. So she got 197 days credit. And then starting on 11/18/2022, she gets 1.5 years. So from 11/18/2022, she gets 1.5 years. She should be out any time. And then it says Suspensions are conditioned upon good behavior and compliance with all the terms of this order. Any suspended sentence may be imposed after a hearing at the request of the state. The suspended sentence begins today and ends 10 years from today or release. I don't really know what that means about a suspension. Then probation, there's nothing, no probation, no financial obligations. And then it says other conditions. The defendant is to participate meaningfully in and complete any counseling, treatment, and educational programs as directed by the correctional authority. And then it says the Department of Corrections shall have the authority to award the defendant earned time reductions against the minimum and maximum sentences while incarcerated. Law enforcement agencies may destroy the evidence. It's checked. And it's also checked that they're going to return evidence to its rightful owner. Oh, yay, we can go over this.
We'll take 15 minutes, and then we will resume the testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Same reminders, ladies and gentlemen, don't talk about the testimony, please.
I got you. Thank you for explaining that. She has to be screened for drug or alcohol treatment needs. And then it says the defendant in the state of waived sentence review in writing or on the record. The defendant is ordered to be in good behavior and comply with all terms of this sentence. Got you. Got you. Okay, let's take a look at this. It's probably about a 15-minute break, I think. I didn't hear her, but good morning, Dr. Melmo. Happy Monday. Let's take a look at this plea agreement. Okay. So maybe they think she'll just end up back in. People like her always end up back in trouble again. Yeah. Okay. So it says in consideration of Kayla Montgomery cooperation with the investigation and prosecution of various criminal cases and cooperation with the investigation and prosecution of various criminal cases. I wonder if she is busting any drug dealers. By and through the Office of the Attorney General enters into the following agreement with Miss Montgomery. Incident to Miss Montgomery's plea of guilty to charge IDs 1982119C, perjury in case number the state will recommend that the court impose a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years in the New Hampshire State Prison on each charge. Charge ID 1982119C, the state will recommend that 1.5 years of the minimum term be suspended. On the other charge, the state will recommend that all the minimum term and all the maximum term be suspended. Both suspended sentences are conditioned as outlined below in AB. Both suspended sentences would begin on the day of the sentencing hearing and 10 years from Miss Montgomery's release. Miss Montgomery's compliance with the obligations outlined in section Miss Montgomery's compliance. Okay, let's see. The state agrees that it will take no position on Miss Montgomery filing to suspend the balance of the maximum sentence to this end date is 10 years and terminate her parole after 3 years as long as she has not had any of the suspended time imposed on either charge and there is no request pending before the court seeking to impose any of the suspended time. Ms. Montgomery has remained of good behavior and in compliance with all terms and conditions of her sentence. These are her obligations. Ms. Montgomery will accept full responsibility for her role in making 2 false material statements to the grand jury. She will plead guilty to perjury, 2 counts. At the sentencing, she shall agree to the sentences. She must comply in a timely manner with all reasonable requests of the state of New Hampshire, and that includes the following. She must at all times act in good faith and provide truthful, accurate, and complete information, statements, and testimony. Making a material false statement or omission in any context or in any state or federal proceeding, including affidavits, interviews, statements, pretrial meetings, depositions, hearings, trials, retrials, and any post-trial hearings or any other collateral proceedings will constitute a breach of this agreement. In the event of such a breach or any other breach of this agreement by Ms. Montgomery, the state of New Hampshire will not be bound by the agreement and will be released from all of its obligations hereunder. Ms. Montgomery must cooperate in good faith and employ her best efforts under this agreement. Ms. Montgomery, by this agreement, includes all state and federal proceedings, irrespective of the number of trials, if more than one, including but not limited to meeting with prosecutors, police, preparing for and testifying in any pretrial hearings, depositions, trials, retrials, or post-trial hearings, or other collateral proceedings. Ms. Montgomery must comply with all reasonable requests made by the state within the scope of this agreement. Knowingly making or having a material false statement or omission in any context in any proceeding, including all of the things we named above, in the event of such breach, it's null and void. If she breaches, the state may seek the imposition of any suspended sentence ordered as the result of the guilty plea referenced above. The state may make full use without any limitation for any purpose in any forum or proceeding of any or all sworn or unsworn statements or other information or evidence provided by Ms. Montgomery, including the use against Ms. Montgomery of statements she made in so-called proffer interviews on June 3rd and June 23rd, 2022. This remedy would specifically invalidate any and all restrictions on the use of said statements as described in the letters on June 3rd and June 23rd. Ms. Montgomery may be prosecuted in any court of competent jurisdiction to the full extent of the law. And that's it. They gave her time served, y'all. So up here at the top. Oh, let's see. So right here, it says pretrial confinement credit, 197 days. I hate deals. I know sometimes they're necessary, but man, when you see someone like this getting a deal, when you sit here and hear her testify that as a mom, as a mother, she didn't clean Harmony. I mean, drugs or no drugs, dude, you're still responsible. Makes me sick. I mean, Adam was a career criminal. Why did they need her to convict him? I don't get it. So what's going on in the courtroom, Jess? We are on break, and Jessica is in the courtroom live. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask her in chat. She is reading the chat while she's sitting there. So there's nothing in her deal about her kids. So I don't know what where her kids stand with who they live with. Yeah, I guess if she doesn't remember, she can say she doesn't remember. So I don't know. This girl's going to get out and she's not recovered. She's not in recovery. She's still on drugs. Just legal ones. And if I was her, I wouldn't trust public defenders with the prosecutor whispering while I'm on the stand. I would feel like I'm being thrown to the wolves. They live with her mother, so she's going to have access. Exactly, Leo. That's what I think. It's like this whole trial is not really, I don't see it as justice for Harmony like it should be. Justice for Harmony would be these two losers tried together and being held accountable for what they did to her. Both of them. Her mother who let them go live in a homeless shelter on drugs, has these kids. What is wrong with the system? Hold on. Let's put this in perspective with our Shannon clause. Kayla and Adam lived with Kayla's mother. Harmony was in a freaking cooler in her mother's hallway and no one noticed. Yeah, that's all she's charged with is perjury, Auntie Cheryl. So these kids are in the care of a woman who, A, they had the cooler with Harmony's body in it, and you know that cooler's not smell proof. You know it's not smell proof. It was in her hallway, right? And then not only that, let's take it a step further. Kayla's mom let them leave with her grandchildren high as fuck. And now she's raising kids? Kayla's mother let them leave when her daughter looked like this. With children. Oh my God. There is something wrong here. Oh, yeah, I'm sure Kayla's mother is so nurturing. She was so nurturing, she let all these babies go to a fucking homeless shelter when she had a home. What? Anthony might be in prison when she gets out. It sounds like she's rolling on a lot of people. God. I mean, wow. I mean, as if they did, like, this system fucked up with Harmony, so they're going to give the remaining living traumatized children to her mother? What? This is troubling. Lauren, I don't know. Let me see if the witness list is public. I don't know if it is. Let's see if we can find out. And the mom gets welfare checks for keeping those babies. Hey, true crime. Anthony is a drug dealer that was Adam's friend. How could you not know there was a dead baby? And not only that, if she didn't know, okay, let's say she didn't know. She still let them leave with those children in the state they were in and go to a homeless shelter. Even if she didn't smell the cooler. It's terrible. Okay, let's see here. Witness list. It's right here.
Seated?
Oh, yeah, I've got it. Anthony's on it. Civilian witnesses. Aaron Rue, Alexander Newman. There's a ton. 23 of them. No, there's 79 of them. There's 79 witnesses. 79 civilian witnesses. What's the date on this? 2/1/20. Yes, dude. There's freaking... Oh my God. Michael Montgomery. There's 79 witnesses. Civilian. Law enforcement, there's 75. Expert witnesses, 6. Record keepers, which is evidence, there's 33. There's like U-Haul, Verizon Wireless, Walmart, Willow Bend Family Practice, Portland Pie, T-Mobile, Text Now, Department of Corrections, Real Estate, MetaBank, Meta Platforms, Leads Online, the Home Depot, Google, Farnham Center, Families in Transition, Econo Lodge, Eco ATM, Dunkin' Donuts, DTC Home Improvement, DNA Labs International, Citizens Financial, Catholic Medical Center, Auto City Collision Repair Center, AT&T, and New Hampshire Bureau of Family Assistance.
We're bringing the witness now.
What's Kayla's mom's name? And I'll tell you. I bet you there's drug bust going on with this. What's her mother's name?
If everyone's ready, we'll bring in the jurors. Please rise for the jurors, please.
All rise.
Does anybody know Kayla's mom's name?
Please be seated.
Right before we took the break, I asked you if you told the interviewers, police or whoever, in June that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And you didn't remember, right?
No.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript, I'm going to ask you again to read what you need to, but this will be what I'm asking you about.
I found a video of Kayla's mom. We'll play it on break.
You told the police in June 23rd of 2022 that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And that would make sense because Adam was doing little things to try and collect cash, right?
Yes.
And you certainly had no money in the bank on your card, right?
No. Right.
So after this panic that you say that Adam feels, goes up to the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And the jury was at the Burger King, and you sort of make a roundabout way into the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And it's wide open there, right?
Yes.
And people are coming in and out of Burger King, right?
Yes.
And you stop at one place to make the order,
Yes.
and you ordered croissants and hash browns,
Yes.
and this was for you and the kids.
Yes.
And then you pull around, turn, and go to where you actually have communication with a live person.
Yes.
And the first thing that you do before you get your food or anything like that is turn over, but Adam is doing it because he's in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Turning over the cash.
Yes.
Might have been card, but probably not, right?
Right.
You know, do you have a specific recollection now of whether it was cash?
No.
Okay. So assuming cash, but card would be the same, you turn it over to the clerk, right?
Yes.
And then the clerk does what the clerk does with money,
Yes.
and then opens the window again and maybe counts out the change.
Yes.
And Adam would be there with his hand out and change being counted out into his hand, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that change is handed to you so that he can then reach in again for the food.
Yes.
And when the food comes in, he probably takes the bag and gives it to you.
Yes.
And you said that just before that, the Adam was scared because he had been striking Harmony and something different happened.
Yes.
And while he's striking Harmony, the children are screaming.
Yes.
Going in through the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Going through the Burger King order spot.
Yes.
And going through the Burger King drive-thru.
Yes.
And you did not do anything, as you said, with Harmony.
Right. Right.
She was just laying there in the back.
Yes.
And right there as he drives up to the clerk at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you said Harmony is moaning in the back seat?
Yes.
And I don't think you said it, but you were, was it a moan that you understood to be a dying child?
No.
Okay. What was the moan?
I don't know. She was making a noise.
Okay. And you didn't check on her, right?
No.
Didn't throw a cover on her?
No.
Didn't have to turn around and soothe the boys in the back seat to make them quiet?
No. They weren't always crying just because one other kid was crying. They weren't always crying.
But violence, chaos, yelling, and screaming would make them cry.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. Okay. Did you ask to run in and maybe get some extra napkins to clean up the urine on the seat?
No.
With that smell lingering so bad, did you think maybe to ask if Harmony could go in and clean up?
No.
Did you do anything to deal with the smell of urine?
No, because Adam said she could just lay in it.
Okay. All right. And he was upset with the smell?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think actually you say that the kids may not have been crying. I think that, did you tell the police that you thought the kids were sleeping?
Yeah, they didn't really make any noise.
Okay. Kayla, that assault never happened, did it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Well, you describe physically trying to stop him, Adam.
Yes.
You describe verbally trying to stop him.
Yes.
Nobody wants a person to strike and hurt a child,
Right.
especially a 5-year-old child under your care.
Right.
And you cannot allow that to happen. You can't sit by and allow that to happen, right?
Right.
Okay. But you said that you stopped trying to do anything because he looked at you with the face of pure evil.
Yes.
So you just got scared and shut up, right?
Yes.
Because his face was pure evil, right?
Yes.
And pure evil, a person with pure evil is not someone you want to protect.
No.
And a person who is pure evil is not someone that you love.
Well, that's hard to say.
Okay. A person of pure evil is not someone you want raising your children.
Right.
Okay. And you would do anything to get your kids away from pure evil.
Yes.
And even though Harmony was your child, you felt the same about her.
Yes.
She was pretty much your child.
Yes, I helped take care of her.
Okay. And when you and Adam split up years later, or March of 2021, you wanted him back.
We were both trying to fix our family and get back.
You wanted him back with the family and raising the children.
Right.
And when you were sitting in your cell thinking about this and reliving it, and you wrote that note about your thoughts about what you wanted, you indicated that the children needed Adam as well as you, right?
Right.
And that's not the face of pure evil. Right?
No.
Okay. So, you said to the jury Friday, I believe, that you fed the children at the Burger King parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
We were leaving the parking lot.
As you were leaving the parking lot, you were feeding them?
Yeah, I handed them food.
Okay. Who'd you hand food?
I handed Seamus some food.
Uh-huh.
I handed Declan some food.
Uh-huh.
And I reached behind my seat and was giving Harmony the food, but I just put it down, thinking that she was going to be grabbing it.
Okay. So, do you remember telling the police that you fed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
No,
Okay. Did you feed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, your car died at the intersection late morning-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you were at the clinic at 7-ish?
Yes.
Okay, so you were in the Colonial parking lot for a while, right?
Yes.
All right. And you don't recall talking to the police about feeding your children in the back seat at the Colonial?
No.
All right. First of all, we'll, before I ask some more questions, set up the situation. Declan is in the car seat by the, behind the driver.
No.
You've got Seamus there now.
Yes.
And so you're having Declan in the middle seat.
Yes.
And Harmony is on the
Behind.
passenger side behind you.
Yes.
And Declan is under a year,
Yes.
and you got croissants. What were you feeding Declan?
Pieces of food.
Okay. So you would break off a little piece of hash brown?
Yeah, something. I don't remember what I was feeding him.
And would you hand it to him and make sure he grabbed it?
No.
You just sort of put it back there?
I put it in his mouth.
So you would turn around from the driver's side and put little pieces of food in Declan's mouth?
No.
What?
I reached my arm back and put it in his mouth because he's in the middle.
Okay. And Seamus, okay, so would you turn to reach your arm back and look and make sure you're getting it in his mouth?
I could feel it.
So you reach back with your arm and you feel around for his mouth and put it in?
Yes.
Okay. And then Seamus, you also have to give him small pieces of food, right?
Right.
And with Seamus, you break off a small thing and you give him and make sure he takes it in his hand, right?
Right.
And so you turn around and reach over to Seamus and hand him his piece of food.
I didn't turn around
Okay. Why not?
because I could see him. I
Okay.
just handed it to him like that. He was sitting in the car seat.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Do you remember describing to the police? Oh, and also you said that you took some and you handed it back to Harmony?
I gave a sandwich to her, yes.
You gave a croissant to her?
Yes.
So you bought the croissant for Harmony or for you?
There was 3 of them.
Okay.
There was one for her, and then there was one for Adam and one for me. And the one that I had, I broke apart and gave to the kids.
Okay. And so what'd you do? Put the whole sandwich back there for Harmony?
Yes.
Did you check and see if she was eating it?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. And Harmony's position while you're doing that, I think she's leaning against her brother beside her,
Yes.
and then sometimes she's leaning up against the door, I think.
Yes.
And you don't check on her.
No.
Don't check and see if she's eating.
No.
But you make sure that you've put the food in Declan's mouth.
Yeah, because they're younger.
So you weren't concerned about Harmony at that point.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. You feed them directly because they were younger. You don't feed Harmony directly because, or make sure that she's eating. Why?
Because she can open the package and eat it.
Did you hear her open the package?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. And so after that, you went up to Bodero's to get some drugs.
We went to Colonial Village.
Sustained.
Okay. So when you went to Bodero's to get some drugs,
Overruled. Counsel approach.
Uh-oh, Jess says the judge does not look happy. No, she doesn't have any remorse whatsoever. She didn't care then, and she doesn't care now. She's only in it for herself, and she's still married to Adam. Why is she still married to this man? Why? I ask, why? I can't imagine what the condition of that car was. I wonder if they ever found the car.
so after you ate, you got some drugs.
I don't remember doing that.
Counsel
You remember
approach.
having-
Counsel approach.
Oh, okay, what's the drug? See, why is she, whenever she mentions we got some drugs, there's an objection. I wonder if there is some drug bust going on behind the scenes with this girl, if she is rolling on drug dealers. Because they are objecting to her drugs. You bought drugs. You got drugs. Hey, Susan Days, I agree with you. They tested it. Maybe that's what the DNA testing was. And they got married on Harmony's birthday. Yeah, she said that wasn't on purpose. Attorney is asking direct questions, not allowed, says Siba. Crystal is crying. She's got a lot of support with her. Oh.
Rephrase the question.
And after you ate, you and Adam did some drugs.
Yes.
And you did not ask Bodero to call 911.
No.
You did not ask your friend Bodero to come out to the car to maybe help you while you checked on Harmony.
No.
You did not ask to take Harmony up to Bodero's apartment to maybe clean her up and make sure she was okay.
No.
Okay. And fair to say today you don't know where you got those drugs from?
We were always at Colonial Village where he lived, and he's the one that we got drugs off of.
Okay. And but you do recall actually feeding all three children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about why you left the Colonial. at that point where eventually the car broke down. Okay? Did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that Adam, struck her God knows how many times.
Yes.
And that she had been crying and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap
No.
when you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
Sort of toss back a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had no concerns about Harmony?
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King?
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned?
Yes.
But you didn't check?
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her?
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would hurt her, had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing. I
Okay.
don't remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that sort of risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And you did or did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Okay. And then
She'd get yelled at. Oh, poor baby.
you say that at the intersection. By the way, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay. Not crack.
I don't remember if we did that or not.
Okay. So when you said on direct that it was heroin and crack, that's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But you do recall heroin and fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay. And
Come on, Elaine.
So we discussed timing with the Colonial at 7 and then the breakdown late morning, right?
Yes.
So you were at the Colonial for a few hours.
We were at the clinic at 7.
And then Burger King and then the Colonial.
Yes.
And so you were at the Colonial parking lot for a few hours or a couple of hours before you left for wherever it was you were going.
I don't think we were there that long.
Do you recall the tow truck driver, do you recall going back to the intersection and the tow truck driver was there?
You're talking about after the car broke down?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember when we got brought back.
Okay. And that was like after 12:30 or so, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And how long did it take you to walk to Mr. Vadero's from the car?
I don't know, it felt like a long walk. I don't remember how long.
Okay. Okay.
Elaine says, "Mka, mka." I don't get what good methadone clinics do
So,
when they're there at 7
let's
a.m.
see.
waiting for it. It's obviously just as addictive. Legal drug dealers equal methadone clinic.
In that time that you were in the Colonial parking area on the 6th prior to the car breaking down, Harmony was in the car, but she was dead, right?
No.
Basis?
Assumes facts and evidence. May we approach?
Yes.
So apparently there's things they can't say, and it's all about the buying of the drugs, it seems like.
Sorry. Harmony was
Sorry.
on the 7th, between your 7 o'clock session at the clinic, dosage at the clinic, to Burger King, to the parking lot, to using drugs, to late morning driving away.
Yes.
Harmony was dead in the car, right?
Not throughout that whole time.
Pardon?
Not throughout the whole time.
She was actually in the trunk of the car, right?
What?
Were you and Adam planning or trying to figure out what you could do with Harmony because she had died?
No, that didn't happen yet.
Okay. Okay. So,
Didn't even make any sense.
somewhere important you had to go with Harmony in the car, and you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
Okay. So at the intersection, there's Webster and Elm Street, right?
Yes.
Elm Street is a big road, 4-lane.
Yes.
4-lane in the sense that it has turning lanes, right?
Yes.
And Webster is smaller, 2-lane.
Well, it was still 2 lanes where we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it changes. And so you were on Webster getting ready to get onto Elm Street.
I don't remember which way we were going. But I knew we were at the light. First car at the light.
So you don't know if you were in the 4-lane part or the 2-lane part of Elm Street or the 2-lane part of Webster?
We were right on Webster at the light.
Okay. And the light turns green and the car doesn't go.
Right.
And there are cars around you,
Yes.
honking,
Yes.
looking at you.
No, they were just figuring out why the car was there. We had to keep telling them to drive around.
Okay. So you and Adam are sort of waving them around?
Yes.
Or you're waving them around?
I was waving them around to go around the car.
Okay. And Adam, I think you said, got the duffel bag out of the trunk?
Yes.
Because the duffel bag was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
And Harmony's body was in that duffel bag already.
No.
Overruled.
You tell Adam, well, I think Adam asked you what to do, right?
Yes.
This is a pretty bad situation, right?
Right.
With Harmony in the car like she was.
Yes.
And Adam asked you what to do.
Right.
And you tell him that you should.
Yes.
How come every objection is silent from us? I think because there's other things going on behind the scenes with this case and the drug dealers. I mean, we already had Adam's one girlfriend overdose and die. I agree. I like the judge as well. I wonder what Jess thinks of the judge. Do you think that the state and the defense are working together to get her to fuck her up? So she's got like a back ponytail and then she's got it forward and plopped on top of her head again. It's good for menopause? Really? What is a low dose? It took me a whole year of hell to detox gabapentin. Way worse than 3 days of horror detoxing opioids. Wow. I guess everybody's different.
So you tell Adam that.
Sustained.
What?
Well, approach if you want to approach.
He objected before she even said anything. Yeah, I think they're busting these drug dealers. This goes beyond Harmony now. They get methadone to tide them over to the next fix. 100 milligrams is a low dose. So that stuff is addictive too? That gabapentin? Keep trying to type gabapentin. Garbage tin. Oh, maybe that's a sign. It's a nerve blocker. So they're giving these instead of opioids now because they fucked up and said, back in the 80s, they had commercials. My life is better because of Oxycontin or whatever the fuck it's called. It makes you drowsy. The gabapentin stuff, though, I've heard it's for like, you're saying anxiety, pain. Is it a sedative? What is it?
And at that intersection, you all pack up and go to Badero's, right?
Right.
And that was your idea.
No.
It wasn't?
No.
I'm going to refer you to. I'm going to approach first, Your Honor.
So I take Effexor XR antidepressant. I know everybody nowadays is on an antidepressant. I've been on it for years, but I did go off it at one point. I was on it before and then went off it and then went back on it a few years later. But oh my God, if I miss one day of that damn drug, and I hate it, I get brain zaps. Anybody know what brain zaps are? On when you're, it's awful. really, Karchi? Dude, the zaps are real. My doctor called it side effects, sir. And now I know why. I literally, when I went off it, I opened the capsules and I literally took
I'm
the
gonna
beads one at a
show
time
you a
each
copy
day. It was that intense. And I had to take Celesta or something to come off of it. It was awful. When you got to take another drug to come off one drug.
Just clip a bit because it might be hidden by it. And ask you again to review a portion of it, and I'm going to ask you a question, and that is the area. Page 50 for the record.
It's awful. I can feel it if I don't take that drug for one day. I feel it.
Okay.
And you told Adam that you should go to Badero's,
I
right?
asked him if we should.
Okay. So it was your idea. Right?
Yeah.
And you gathered, Adam grabbed a duffel bag from the trunk.
Yes.
You got your purse and stuff from the trunk.
No, my purse was not in the trunk.
Okay. So you got your purse and you got some stuff from the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got some diapers for the kids?
Yes.
And you couldn't take too much with you because you were walking with all the kids to Mr. Badero's.
Right.
And you can't wait around for any kind of help because you have to get Harmony's body away from that car as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about discovering that Harmony was dead. I think on direct you said that Adam opened the door and said something like, baby girl, wake up, or wake up, baby girl.
Yes.
And she wasn't moving.
Right.
And that's when he popped open the trunk, you said.
The trunk wouldn't open.
It did eventually, though, right?
We moved the car seat out of the car so that he could move the seat to get into the trunk.
Okay. And Adam checked her breathing.
He was just trying to wake her and she wouldn't wake up.
Okay. Do you remember Adam saying that Adam put his hand over her heart?
No.
And so that didn't happen? You don't have a recollection of Adam putting his hand over her heart?
No, I don't.
Okay. But you did tell the police that in June of 23rd that he put his hand over her heart to check her.
He was checking her, but she wasn't waking up.
Okay, so he did put his hand over her heart to check her.
He tried waking her up. I don't remember the hand on the heart.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police on June of 2023 that he checked her breathing and like put his hand on her heart?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you. copy of that same transcript, okay? And ask you to review that paragraph there, okay?
I still don't remember that, but I can see that I said that, but I don't remember it happening.
Okay. But what you told the police back in June of 2023, you were telling them as if it was a memory, right?
Right.
So either it wasn't a memory or that memory is gone.
I don't remember.
And you also checked Harmony, and she wasn't breathing.
Right.
You checked her neck and you checked her wrists.
Yeah.
And you were looking for a pulse.
Yeah.
Must have been panicking.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you were waving cars around?
After.
Okay. So, after you have checked Harmony, you're saying that you went to the back of the car and you're sort of moving, waving cars around to get them around your car.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
Until we got the stuff out of the car that we needed to get out.
Okay, so are you doing that while Adam is getting stuff out of the car?
No, we're both on each side of the car, doing the same thing, trying to get stuff out.
Which side of the car were you on?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that as these cars are going around and beeping and everything, that Adam put Harmony into a duffel bag.
Yes.
And the four of you walked to Colonial Village.
Right.
Now, on direct, you said that you never saw Harmony bleed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see blood on her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And you told the police that while Adam was throwing stuff in the back and cleaning the car, that, you told the police that Adam was putting stuff in the bag and cleaning the car, right?
After
What?
After we got to Anthony's and he brought us back to the car to get stuff out.
Uh-huh.
And he cleaned it.
Okay. And you said that he cleaned the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony.
I don't remember.
Yes?
Oh, can we approach? Because we can't have anybody hear us. I've never seen every sidebar be silent. Or, I mean, every sidebar is silent, but I've never seen, like, them sidebar instead of, object, sustained, whatever. That's what I meant. Yeah, Mother of Cycle Breakers, yeah, a lot of them were given immunity. And I think it's because they're rolling on drug dealers. So. Is Kayla falling asleep? Not yet. They're probably going to go to lunch in like 20 minutes or so.
You were asked what Adam was cleaning, and you said that the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony, right?
I don't remember
my
that
God.
day. of him doing
Oh
that.
my
I just remember
God.
cleaning the car after.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the questions and then we'll do some more. You said that Harmony had a bloody nose and he had blood on his hands from hitting her and he was wiping the seat with a napkin, right?
Overruled. I don't remember it that day that she passed away that was happening.
Okay. And you were asked if Badero said anything about Adam's bloody hand, right?
Not that day.
Okay, I'll go through. And you said no, he had already cleaned up his hands because that event, the bloody nose thing, happened days before, right?
Right?
And you were asked more about whether Harmony had blood on her on her that day,
Right.
and you said you saw dried blood on her face, right?
Right.
And you said that that was the day the car broke down that you saw dried blood on her face.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the transcript and ask about some of those other things that you didn't remember and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Sure,
Okay?
if you remember. We'll tell you to testify.
Approach.
Here we go again. Constant approaching. Why? You get zaps in your arms if you miss it? Wow. Jess is like, now you're speaking my language. Mike Sander, you didn't have to go through menopause though. Lucky you. Lucky you. Effexor, it's a good drug. It works well, but it is hell with if you miss it or come off it. I had to take like something else to come off it. I can't. Celexa or Cymbalta. I don't know. I get dizzy spells too, and I think it's from the Effexor. Do you guys get dizzy a lot? And then it gives me like that panic feeling. Remifemin? I've never heard of that. I use a little dab of estrogen, natural estrogen cream.
I'll show you. Again, it's that transcript from June 23rd. Yeah. And
You buzzed?
That's
for Kayla.
Ask you to review portions of that transcript. I'm going to show you 229 down to all of 229 and 230.
You guys are going to make a video with me at lunch because we're going to go over some new Koberger docs. And I'm going to record it. So you guys are going to be part of the recording of a video today. How exciting. Your zaps start between your shoulders and go up the back of your head. Damn. Everybody's are different too. Like mine goes up here and then at the same time my heart goes. Oh my gosh. 31 years old. That's awful. Some jurors are shifting in their seats and covering their mouths, per Jessica. They're getting hungry probably too. Walk this way. Talk this way. Is Remifemin over the counter? Like, what is that? I like the bioidenticals. They're just expensive. I use them and I felt so good. I felt 30 again. They're plant-based. There's no carcinogens. They test your levels.
That help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm
so, you did tell the police that Harmony had a bloody nose and had blood on it. He had blood on his hands and was wiping the seat with a napkin.
Yeah, but that happened days before. That happened before she died.
Sure. But the wiping was on when the tow truck driver was there?
Yeah, when we went back to the car,
Okay.
I remember cleaning.
I remember
Okay.
it.
And it was for the blood that was on the car?
I don't remember what it was for. Adam just wanted to clean it.
Okay. But you recalled that you did see blood, you said, on Harmony's face,
Yeah.
right? And it was that day, right?
Yes.
And where you saw Adam cleaning was around the area that Harmony was sitting, right?
Right.
And you said that Adam had blood on his face that day? I mean, on his fist that day?
Yeah, on his hand.
And that Harmony had blood on her face?
Dried blood, yeah.
Right. But not from days before. Are you saying she had dry blood from days before?
Yeah, she had dry blood on her face.
From days before.
Yeah.
And you never cleaned her face for days?
No, he just kept her under the blanket.
She isn't even sorry.
Okay. Now, you said yesterday, Friday, that you and Adam had talked about what to do together. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that you sort of came together with the plan to say that Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's.
That's what Adam told me to say, yes.
Okay. I am going to switch over now to when you go to fit, okay?
Which time?
With Adam, Declan, and Seamus,
Okay.
and the body of Harmony.
Okay.
And so, Adam no longer had a car after December 7th, right?
Right.
And he no longer had the freedom to drive wherever he wanted to, right?
Right.
And when he drove, there would be somebody else in the car, right? He would be driving someone else's car, right? And sometimes he drove Badero's car, right?
That was way before.
Okay. And you still didn't have any money, right?
Right.
And from 2 days in Badero's car, you go to your mother's.
Right.
And I think You actually go to an aunt's or something, and from there, your mother comes over and gets you all.
Yes.
And you could only stay for a very limited time.
Yes.
She might get in trouble with her landlord.
Yes.
And so you were trying to get into the shelter.
Yes.
And you worked and applied and everything like that for the shelter.
Yes.
Would you walk over there to do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So you, Adam, and the kids would walk over to the shelter to apply for shelter there.
We walked to city welfare.
Okay. And would you, Adam, and the kids be in the office all together making the application?
When we filled out the application, yes.
Okay.
And then I saw the case manager. I don't remember if we were together or if it was just me.
Okay. Now, when you you told the jury that it fit, you had taken the duffel bag from the ceiling.
Actually, no, it's in the statement of record.
Overruled.
May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, they want to approach because she said you took the duffel bag from the ceiling. So Elaine said you took the duffel bag from the ceiling. Let's see what she rewords it to if she has to. It's probably a federal thing, Siba. They really want you to go to a specialist for everything anymore. Ugh. I hate it. It just makes more appointments and yeah, I felt blindsided too. It was really downplayed, I think. But it's real, and it's nothing like PMS. It's nothing like it. I don't feel it's anything like PMS. It's weird. It's just a totally different weird feeling to me anyway. Do you guys get the weird nauseating, like, oh, it just won't go
Didn't
away
realize I
nauseous?
said it. Adam took the duffel bag down from the
See?
ceiling, right?
She said
Yes.
you did, and then she said
And
Adam.
was the one that put the duffel bag in the ceiling in the first place, right?
Yes.
And you said that he took the duffel bag down from the ceiling and had it in the shower for hours.
Had it in the bathroom, yes.
Oh, was there a shower there?
Yes.
And did he have it in the shower for hours?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
And from the bathroom, where did it go?
To the closet.
In what?
Trash bag.
Okay. And then what?
CMC bag.
Okay, so it went from the bathroom into a trash bag, one of those big black things,
Yes.
and from there it goes into the closet. For how long?
I don't know, a day or two.
Okay, and there the trash bag and Harmony's body goes in the CMC bag?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you identified Exhibit 85 as pretty much a duplicate of the bag that you got from CMC, right?
Yes.
And this is a bag that's given when you give birth at CMC, right?
Yes.
And it's for diapers and carrying things around for your children, right?
Yes. Diaper bag.
Pardon?
Diaper bag.
Okay. And from the CMC bag with the trash bag and Harmony's body,
Yes.
where does it go?
To Portland Pie.
Okay. And then where?
To Union Street.
How?
In a tote.
Okay. From where to where did it go to Union Street? Where did it get in the tote?
From the shelter.
So how did the CMC bag get back to the shelter?
It came back from Adam's work to the
Okay.
shelter.
Who brought it back?
Adam,
Okay. Who brought it to Portland Pie?
I did.
Okay. So, are you saying that it's in the CMC, there's a body in a trash bag in the CMC bag in the tote
Not in the tote at the time.
when you go to Union?
When we go to Union, yes.
Okay. And, so you told,
Come on, lady. Yeah, Seba. My main office was in Flint, but I worked out of the satellite office in Lapeer.
okay. So you take the tote,
Love you, Karchi.
you take the CMC bag, but not the tote,
I thought
to Portland Pie.
the tote was the CNC bag. There's a duffel.
Not the plastic,
Dude,
right?
Elaine, get your shit together. Damn it.
I'm confused.
So am I.
So
I'll back up.
Are
Sorry.
you fucking kidding me? This is a good time to take lunch, Your
To
Honor.
reorient ourselves,
Fuck.
at some point, you say that Adam takes the body down from the ceiling tiles.
Yes.
And it's because there's a smell.
Yes.
And it's because other people in FIT are concerned about the smell.
Yes.
And you all are concerned that somebody might be checking the place to find out about the smell.
Yes.
Because you've heard the complaints
Yes.
and you're scared.
Yes.
And I think you said Adam takes Harmony's body down into the bathroom
She said Kayla did. Now it's Adam.
and takes her body out of the duffel bag
Yes.
and puts her body in a trash bag
Yes.
and puts the trash bag in the closet.
In the CMC bag in the closet.
Okay. So from the bathroom, is her body put in the CMC bag?
In the trash bag. The trash bag's in the CMC bag.
Okay,
And that all happens in the bathroom.
Yes.
the bathroom
And
where?
then,
At her mom's or at the shelter? She's got her from the ceiling to the bathroom. What the fuck, lady?
you
Oh my god. Okay.
said, I believe on direct, that Adam tells you to take the CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He had asked me to bring her body in the CMC bag to his work at Portland Pie
When?
while we were at the shelter.
Was it right after you say that he put the body in the CMC bag?
Yes.
So, like the next day?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days.
Okay. And where was he when he did this? Was he in the shelter with you saying, bring this body to me?
Yes.
So he's in the shelter with you and at some point goes to work
Yes.
and has told you to bring this CMC bag to work.
Yes.
Why didn't he just take the CMC bag?
I don't know.
Okay. So you have 2 kids and a stroller, right?
Yes.
And so tell me about those arrangements, getting and you take all of that to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about how you did that.
It was a double stroller. So I had one kid in the front and there's a basket
God
underneath,
almighty.
and I put the CMC bag in the basket and then the other kid was on the other side, on the other seat.
Okay. So you take the CMC bag out of the closet and put it on the stroller?
Yes,
And is that inside fit or outside fit that you loaded on the stroller?
inside.
And then you get your kids arranged
Yes,
as well inside.
yes,
And then you walk down the street, and I think you said it took about 15 minutes or so.
yes,
And you are walking with your children and the body of Harmony in a CMC bag to Portland Pie.
yes.
And why? Why was it going there? Did you
He
know?
asked me to do it.
Okay. You didn't say anything, ask him why or anything?
He said he was doing it so that the smell wouldn't be at the shelter.
Okay. Did you tell him he should take it with him?
No, he called me when he was at work and told me to bring it.
Okay. So he didn't tell you to do that while he was at FIT.
He was thinking about it, but I didn't think he was really going to do that.
Okay. So he mentioned it at FIT, but then calls you from Portland Pie and says, come on down.
Yes,
Okay. And then you have a place at Union Street, right?
yes,
And somehow the body has returned to FIT
yes,
before you move to Union Street.
yes.
And you don't know how.
Adam brought it back.
Did you see him bring it back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it came back. Yeah, because we had to bring it to the apartment.
Okay, and you brought it? The CMC bag in a plastic storage container, right?
Yes,
And you went to the Union Avenue apartment, and again, you have a stroller with your two sons,
yes,
and now it is a plastic container that is on the stroller.
yes.
Okay. And it was in a plastic container on the stroller when you went to Portland Pie.
No.
Okay. And when you got to Portland Pie, you and Adam put the body in a refrigerator?
It was his job,
Okay.
so he did.
That was his job. It was
His
to
job
handle.
was at Portland Pie.
Okay.
So he took the CMC bag inside, and he said he put it in the freezer.
I'm sorry, I meant to be asking about Union Street, and I know that I misstate sometimes. So at Union Street, you're on a second floor,
Yes,
and you sign the lease and everything like that, and Adam brings the body upstairs,
yes,
and the CMC bag is put in the refrigerator.
it's in the tote.
Okay?
When we were walking to the Union Street, the bag was in the tote. He brought the tote upstairs and put it in the closet.
Okay. And from the closet, it went to the refrigerator?
Yes,
Okay. Now, earlier, before I was specifically going over your activities at FIT and Union and Portland Pie, I had talked to you about a conversation that you had with Detective Dunleavy after the June 3rd interview, right?
yes,
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that You had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's what you told Detective Dunleavy, right?
Right.
And that you said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks, and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Okay. A little bit different from what you've just described, right?
Right. But I remember bringing it to his job from the shelter.
Okay.
Counsel, you want to approach? As I said, I look for what we consider to be natural breaking points. This sounds like one of them. So we're gonna break for lunch. So I'm gonna ask you to come back in an hour. So come back at 1 o'clock, please. We'll start at hopefully at about 5 after. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Do not do any independent research. Make sure all your banners and notifications are turned off on your phones. No independent research, all right? Thank you very much. We'll see you about 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
All right, Ms. Montgomery, you may step down. Counsel approach.
Hey guys, sorry, I was taking my dogs out. How long is she going to be on the stand? Yeah, good question. Seba says the attorney is moving timeline around to trip Kayla up. Right, because the truth doesn't change, right? If she's telling the truth, then none of this should be different. So we are on lunch until 1 o'clock then? All right, so we're going to go on recess for a few minutes. Hold on. Let's see if I miss anything. Jay, people know your podcast over here. Wait, who? Who does? Who knows it, Jess? She was just talking to Dolly Vision. Tell Dolly Vision that J is for Justice says, hey. There are multiple YouTubers here today. Who's there? Give us the skinny. Who's all there? Let us know what other YouTubers are there. $1 p.m. Thank you, Jubes. That is a good thing. I want to know who it is. Like, that's awesome. It's crazy. I'm always like, what? What do you mean? So we're on break until 1 o'clock. Let's see. What time is it now? 12:11. Okay. Mm-hmm. See who's there. We can shout them out. Adam was, according to what I've read, he was a big-time drug dealer. Big-time drug dealer. Oh, yeah, I'll shout them out if they're there in court. Sure. Shout out to Dollivision. Who else is there? I love it. No, I don't think JLR is there. Swiffer Duster, thanks for being here. Oh, geez. Jay's fame is my ass. Anyways, this Friday we're going to be stealing. We're going to be, I'm thinking of Adam. We're going to be spinning the wheel of Friday. So we've got a few giveaways. We've got a couple merch giveaways. If you have anything that you would like to give away in the wheel of Friday, you can go ahead and email us or send your gifts to the P.O. Box. We also have a wish list for Wheel of Friday gifts. So I'll get that wish list in the chat thingy. No, I don't live in Lapeer. Oh, you're talking to... Why don't you have a name? How do you not have a name? I've never seen that before. No, I've never lived in Lapeer. I just worked there. Yeah, tell Dolly Vision to shout us out. Cross promote. If you have anything that you would like to donate for the Wheel of Friday, every Friday, we're going to try to do it every Friday if we make our goals. And y'all, we're slacking. Y'all aren't checking out the www.j4j411.live. I know it's not what you're used to. I know it's not as easy as a super chat. But guess what? You can check out the merch and you can tip. You can even set up a monthly tip that will just randomly pay me every month if you would like. So you have options if you are able to help the stream. Just Teresa in the house.
It's so cold in the deep. How the fuck do we supposed to keep peace?
Yeah, don't shout in court. Just on stream shout outs. Jamie, I'm so sorry. Jamie had to put her 16-year-old Maltese down yesterday. I'm so sorry for your loss, Jamie. Oh, little Maltese. Debbie says she doesn't care for the lawyer. I was going to do Coburger docs. Let me see here. Maybe we can do this right meow. Oh, you know what? Let's watch this video of Kayla's mom, too. Let's watch this first. This is just a short video. This is Kayla's mother. She has custody of Kayla's children, from what I understand. Yes, this is the same mother who they were living with and had Harmony in the cooler in the hallway. So, but wait a second. When Adam did this shower thing, I'm still confused on that. What shower is it? Is it the shower at the shelter? Is it the shower at Kayla's mom's? What shelter or what shower is it? That I'm unclear on. Oh, W. Be careful with those Walmart salads. All right, let's make this bigger. We'll watch this really fast. All right, you guys. Really, Kayla's mom? The fuck? Come on. What's going on here? What the heck? Like, is this Frozen? I'm confused.
And she has made her choices, and that's all I can say. I'm just asking you, just for the children's sake, I do pray for harmony, and I...
Oh, fuck. This lady, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Adam's apple. No pun intended. This lady doesn't seem to give a fuck either. Dude. Hold on. Get my shit in order here. Okay, here we go. Her name is Christina. Hold on. Because I'm going to look on the witness list.
It's just hell. And she has made her
Lubin.
choices, and that's all I can say. I'm just asking you, just for the children's sake, I do pray for harmony, and I did have something come to me today for the police that I thought may help, which I did tell the police I'm not going to give that out yet because I don't want to hit anything. Just please.
When did you see Harmony?
I knew it was in the wintertime. I wasn't exactly sure when. And when I spoke with my daughter, she was telling me it was a day after Thanksgiving. Okay?
That last year in 2020 or 2021?
No, that was in 2019.
And did you ever ask your daughter where she was after that? That you never saw her again?
Well, she told me that because they came here the end of December during the holidays, and they were here briefly. I asked her, I'm like, well, I expected Harmony to do them, and they said no. And I know they've been kind of living on the streets and in a car kind of thing. And well, she didn't say no. She said she's with her mother. And I didn't question it because I didn't know until all the news, the history of the family. And Adam, for the first couple of years, was some sweet guy, and he's not. He is pure evil.
So is your daughter, okay? And so are you, to be honest. I mean, this woman just admitted that she knew her daughter was living in a fucking car with her grandchildren. Are you kidding me? No wonder Kayla's such a POS.
He is pure evil. So I really, really hope the information that came to me today that can help in the search for Harmony. And that's really where my prayers are now, because my grandchildren will be with me, so I'm not going to be worried about them. And just please respect the privacy.
Yeah.
This is so scary for
Do you think
children.
Do you think Harmony's still alive?
I hope and pray she's still alive, but it's been 2 years. You know, so I don't know.
You got to be heartbroken over this.
I'm distraught. My body's been shaking every couple hours because I can't get away from it. You know what I mean? I can't not.
This is very troubling. This is very troubling that she has Kayla's children. I'm speechless. He's like, you must be heartbroken. She ain't fucking heartbroken.
Not check the news. I want to know what's going on, and I have spoken to police several times.
Do you think your daughter had any involvement in her disappearance?
Kayla told me that, just as in her affidavit, and I drilled my daughter. Believe me, I asked. You know, with her history, yeah, she used to be a liar, but I know how to get the truth out of my daughter.
She used to be a liar. Now she's not a liar anymore, right?
The youngest daughter, donuts. I've given all that information to the police, but Kayla said, where is he? She didn't say where she is, but I don't know. I'm so confused right now.
And when do you think that happened?
In my mind, from what I've tried to gather, and all the media has been great with trying to get all the information out there, and the social media I thought has been great too. But I think it happened like in a week period, and I think it happened from December 6th till prior to December 6th. So December 6th, anytime after Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving to December 6th. So it's like, there's the 30th of the month, so it's like 6 to 7 days. So I think something happened in that week, and I don't know what day. I asked the police if they checked my daughter's records, because my children are brought up where they have to tell the truth and they have to fess up. And my daughter has broken every time for me in the past. And I said to her, and I said to her, and I said to her, I said, are you sure? I said, what couple doesn't communicate about this and so forth? And I know those are the questions out there. My daughter does have a good heart, but I don't know what her heart was on this, but I do believe her. She's staying very, very consistent in what she's saying. And I can tell by her, I'm her mom, you know, I can tell.
So that whole drop off, you're saying that's between Thanksgiving, December 6th?
Day after Thanksgiving and before December.
She's trying to cover her own ass.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's the significant of December 6th that makes that date stick in your head?
That date was reminded to me by my daughter because they were homeless and they needed a place to come. And I said, well, I don't really have the room, my landlord. So they would just.
So you're a shitty person, grandmother and parent, and blamed it on your landlord? Wow.
I said, well, I don't really have the room, my landlord. So they were just here during the holiday.
December 7th was the day that authorities believe Harmony was murdered. They're mentioning the 6th of December. Harmony was murdered on the 7th of December. Let's listen to that again. What does this woman know? And why the fuck is she talking about December 6th, the day before Harmony was murdered?
December 6th.
2019.
Yes.
And what's the significant?
I do believe her. She's staying very, very consistent in what she's saying. And I can tell by her, I'm her mom, you know, I can tell.
So that whole drop-off, you're saying that's between Thanksgiving, December 6th?
Day after Thanksgiving and before December 6th.
2019.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's this significant at December 6th that makes that date stick in your head?
That day was reminded to me by my daughter because they were homeless and they needed a place to come. And I said, well, I don't really have the room, my landlord. So they were just here during the holiday, during that time frame.
You said Adam is the devil. Why do you...
The holiday isn't December 6th, bitch. That ain't no holiday. What are you talking about? So wait, what's going on here? She's saying in one hand, they were with her around the 6th. But Harmony was killed on the 7th. What the fuck is going on here? I don't get it.
So that whole drop-off, you're saying that's between Thanksgiving, December 6th?
Day after Thanksgiving and before December 6th.
2019.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's this significant at December 6th that makes...
Notice how she's specifically saying December 6th. It's like she knows Harmony was dead on December 7th. It's like she doesn't want to put herself knowing that Harmony was dead. Because why the hell is she focusing on the day before Harmony was murdered? I don't think they knew at this time that Harmony died on December 7th. This date is, oh my God. This is January 6th, 2022. When did they figure out the day that Harmony was murdered? When did they figure out December 7th? That's awesome, Angie. I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of this. When did authorities figure out that Harmony passed away on December the 7th? I want to know the date, because if she did this interview before the authorities determined that she died on the 7th, this bitch knows way more than she's leading on.
So forth. And I know those are the questions out there. My daughter does have a good heart, but I don't know what her part was on this, but I do believe her. She's staying very, very consistent in what she's saying. And I can tell by her, I'm her mom, you know, I can tell.
So that whole drop-off, you're saying that's between Thanksgiving, December 6th?
Day after Thanksgiving and before December 6th.
2019.
Yes.
Okay. And what's this significant at December 6th that makes that date stick in your head?
That day
Do tell.
was reminded to me by my daughter because they were homeless and they needed a place to come. And I said, well, I don't really have the room,
Bullshit.
my landlord.
That's the last
so they were
day.
just here during the
You knew that was the last day that Harmony Montgomery was alive. You lying piece of trash.
holiday during that time frame.
You said Adam is the devil. Why do you say that?
He can sweet talk and swindle like he did with us for the 2 years, and then everything he points the finger at everybody else and talks up quite the storm, and it's a lot of, he talks like jail talk. That's
Jail
What about
talk?
abuse?
What's
The
jail talk,
allegation
lady?
yesterday was he was abusive towards Harmony.
I don't know about that because I didn't have much when
That's where it ends. Oh my God. Okay, let's see the date of her plea deal. That is a really good idea. Oh shit, cuz I don't know when they figured out that Let's see if she's on the witness list first. What's her name?
it's just hell, and she has
Christina Lubin. Someone named Erin Montgomery. Lubin. Unless her name changed. Let's see. Christina. Chris. If she's not, I'm going to be pissed. See, she's granted some kind of a... Oh, no, she is on here. She's number 18 on the witness list. Christina Lubin. We have a Christina, Courtney, and a Crystal. We have a Demetrios Saros. He sounds like a drug dealer. Wow. Okay. Let's take a look at this date because this lady infuriates me because I think she knew the last day that Harmony Montgomery was alive, and it pisses me off. Okay, so the date of the crime was 5/20/22. Oh my god. Fuck. She lied to the grand jury in May of 2022, y'all. So does that mean what I think it means? That her mother fucking knew the significance of that date? Because look. Why do I keep moving me? Okay, look. Here's her thing, and it says date of crime is 5/20/22. So before that, and I want to pull up Jess as well. Let's go. What is his channel called? Dolly Vision? Yep. Okay, let's check out Jess. So what do we think? Do we think that she did this interview again? Hold on. I forgot the month. January 6th, 2022. Help me piece this together, guys. So she did this interview in January. During her June 3rd interview, June 3rd of 2022, she reported that Harmony had been murdered. Her mother knew. Her mother knew. Her mother fucking knew. And her mother has custody of 3 babies. This woman is raising 3 babies. This woman knew. She's all focusing on December 6th, the day before Harmony Montgomery was murdered. That is unbelievable. Let's see our beautiful Jess. Let's see our shout out. All right. I see some of our peeps over there. I see Hellcat. All right, where is my girl? At what point is it, guys? Am I close? Oh, is this it? There it is. There's Jess.
Actually, yeah, I just talked to him.
Here we go. Here's our Jess.
News people out and about.
Jess in Dolly Vision. Live
They
from
got
court.
the news camera set up out here now. I guess they're going to do some interviews out here after court today, because you can see where they got it set up.
His voice.
Or Court TV's going to broadcast it here, because that looks like Court TV set up. The reason I know is because I've been on Court TV.
Oh my God, he's all proud of himself. He's so funny. The reason I know is because I've been on Court TV.
Damn, that's a nice camera. That's what Dolly needs. Yeah.
Dolly Vision 1.0.
And you get me some high dollar
Bye, Snapple.
equipment. What I need.
You doing an audit?
Huh?
You doing an audit?
No, I'm just streaming YouTube.
An audit? Are you doing an audit?
Just a YouTuber.
What does that mean? An audit?
He said you're streaming an audit. No, I'm not an auditor.
What?
I'm a true crime person. I don't give the police a hard time.
That's probably a good choice.
And the police have been really nice to me out here, deputies and everything. They're really nice at the courthouse. So, oh, let me see what your super chat says now. Dolly, please visit Union Street houses. Fill it. Justice for Harmony. Yes, the Union Street houses. I have everything mapped out. We're going to go to every location that the jury went to. I don't know if we're going to do that today, but we're definitely going to do it tomorrow, okay? I think I left a list at the hotel with all the addresses. So tomorrow, we'll hit the Union Street apartments. We'll hit the bank, which used to be the pizza shop.
He's eating chips.
And all that good stuff. But before I go, I'll make sure you guys get a view of everything. You won't miss none of it.
Where's he staying while he's in New Hampshire?
So I'm going to take you to all the places they went. I'm going to take you to all the places that Karen Reed, John O'Keefe.
Is this before or after?
We're going to do it all. We're going to do some drone flying.
We're going to do some drone. Jess, where are you?
The same fucking question.
Jay is for Flo.
What she's doing is she's trying to trip her up. Let me ask these questions. Let me roll back.
Flo says Jay is for Justice shouted you out. Hold up.
So in the first part, real alert, paying a lot of attention. Then when it got to where they kept going up to the bench to talk to the judge, the jury looked a little bored, like they were, glancing around. She kept staring at me for a little bit, like, Kayla, because where I'm sitting, I'm directly, like if you're looking directly at the judge, I'm directly in front of the judge. So I'm off to her, but there's nothing blocking our line of sight from each other, nothing. So she's looking directly at me, like the whole time. Every now and then she'll lock on to me, like she'll actually look me in the eyes, and then she'll kind of just glance back down. But she don't know who I am. You know what I'm saying? She's probably thinking in her mind, who's that dude? To the left of me, on the other side, is a lot of media.
Who's that dude?
And Crystal. Crystal is sitting about,
Crystal.
I don't know, about 3-4 rows back with her friend. And I'm assuming it's her boyfriend. I'm not positive. Or husband. I don't know.
Miss K, then her mother knew.
But remember when I was going in, I said I thought that might have been Kayla's family. It won't. They were there for something else. It wasn't nothing to do with her. They did kind of look like her too, though.
Kristen, thank you. Where are you, Jess? Yep, sounds to me like her mother knew.
I don't think we're going to see any other witnesses today. I think it's going to be all day Kayla. I think it's going to be all day tomorrow, Kayla. I don't know unless they finish it up today. I don't know. But I definitely wanted to see her testify, which I got
Is that
to see.
Jess?
So.
No.
Now, the lady attorney for Adam Montgomery, she asked the same questions over and over and over. I think that's what's really boring the jury. And I don't know if that's good for Adam, because then they stop paying attention to her.
He's so right, though. She did ask the same shit over and over. Jess, where are you?
We watched her walk by.
FM. Yeah, that's true for some creators, not all.
You know, a YouTube creator got pregnant in jail. Oh Lord.
Yes, Robin Milete. She knew
What's
exactly
her
what
name?
happened.
Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy getting pregnant in jail right now. For all you,
I think I missed Jess. I don't know what's going on here. Y'all help. I hate scrolling for things on YouTube. I can never find what I want. I could never find the parts that I want. Okay, so that's where he went and bought his chips. Look. He's buying his chips. I thought it was somewhere right around here. I can never find. If you give me a, you can't do a timestamp because he's live.
Over.
I can't fucking find it, guys. It's got to be right here, right? Okay, see what this is what happens. Okay, see that? I see Jess.
Hey Jay, everybody in chat.
There she is. Okay, I got it. I got it. Here we go.
They asked me, they go, hey, is Dolly Vision there? I go, actually, yeah, I just talked to him. Pretty funny, right?
Yeah. Hey guys, everybody in Jay for Justice. Hey Jay.
Hey Dolly
You wanna
Vision.
say hi to everybody.
Sure. I've never done it.
She's out here representing Jay for Justice.
Hey everybody, I'm Jess. Hey Jay, everybody in chat.
Jess. We love you, Jess.
There you go.
Thank you.
You no problem. Tell Jay I said what's up.
I will.
What's up, Dolly?
Us YouTubers got to represent each other.
Yep. We do. We get along, we support each other and all that good stuff. Okay. Thanks for that. That's pretty cool. I wonder who else is there. And thank you so much for Jess for being there. Don't be embarrassed. That was awesome. You did great for your first time saying shout out. You did. You did great. You did great. You did great. You are wonderful, Jess. All right. I don't eat on YouTube. Are you guys glad that I don't eat on YouTube? I ate a cinnamon roll this morning, but I was muted. I didn't eat it live. I very rarely even have food in here when I'm. We kind of shouted him out first. I hear someone playing whoa, here she comes. Yes, Jess needs a turkey. I agree. Jess gets that and a big round of applause. Woo! That was a long clap. All for you, Jess. Yeah, I know I can eat live. I'm not like I would eat live if I wasn't talking. That's the only thing I don't like doing. I don't like talking and eating on lives. I feel like it's kind of rude to talk and eat on a live. Because, like, we're not at lunch, right? Like, we're not at, I don't know. I guess there's just a time and a place for me. I don't know. It's just what I don't smoke on a live either. Very rarely have I ever smoked. Do you like to twirl?
Roly-poly, Daddy's little fatty.
Daddy's gonna be a man someday. Casey says I'm low-key about it. Yeah, I try to be. For sure, Candy. And I do kind of like put off eating, and I need to do that. That's why I need to get up right now. We have 15 minutes left, but I need to get up for a few minutes and grab a little something to eat, get something to drink. I don't know if I'm going to get to the Coburger stuff, but yeah, I'm not going to inhale tamales whole like that pig. Never. That woman's a pig. She was always a pig. She remains a pig. She's a pig. All right, we're on break until 1 o'clock, guys. I will see you then. Check out our recess screen. I think you guys are going to be very impressed. All right, guys, we should be back in court momentarily. It's 12:59. I think she said 1 p.m. Oh, everybody's talking about the big game. Yeah, Robin, unfortunately, you weren't a wiener and neither was I. So the wieners from last night are Island Thrifts. Cheryl T, my beautiful Auntie Cheryl, won twice, 2 quarters. Birdie won a quarter, and Myron Hoku won a quarter. I don't know why anybody hates Taylor Swift. She actually is like one of the artists that started out like down to earth, normal. And she's still awkward and she rocks her awkwardness. Jessica says Matt is about to report. I'd rather see Taylor at a football game than Britney Spears going, I have to TT. I need to TT. Remember that video, the body cam? I can hear myself out on my TV. TT, I need to TT. Who's Brittany Mahomes? Is that a person? I thought you meant Britney Spears. Who's Brittany Mahomes? I don't even know who that is. No, I'm not coming off Fexer. I think people judge her because people hate on people who make it big. I don't even know who Mahomes is. So I don't have a fucking preference. One or the other. One Mahone or another Mahone. I don't care because I don't know who the fuck they are. Someone's wife. Oh. Hashtag who gives a fuck? The quarterback's wife. Oh. You know, I just and I'm gonna sing some Shania Twain and say that don't impress me much. It really doesn't. I don't follow those lives of those people. I'm Aussie and I know that. I don't follow those people's lives. I just don't. I can't explain why. I don't think I have enough brain space to follow those people's lives with everything that I follow for this podcast. I think that it just makes it virtually impossible. I don't watch football. So I'm not impressed with football players. They're just people that have way too much fucking money, in my opinion. So I can imagine his wife is probably fake as fuck. It's just a guess. It's just a guess. Just a guess. Mahomes. Mahomes. I'm like, who the hell's Mahomes? Mahomie home. Yeah, I mean, if they like each other, so be it. But, you know, I mean, who knows? That relationship could just be a whole publicity stunt. We don't know. And they're never going to tell us. They are never going to say to us, oh, you know, this was a fake thing. Because at the end of the day, everything is about money. I mean, let's face it. Those two dating. Myron, you're here. Thank you so much. I saw that. I was waiting to see you. Myron, thank you. Myron sent me $20 from his squares winning. That's so sweet. Thank you. I don't want their money. I that just doesn't impress me. I don't know. I'm not impressed by celebs and people that get rich off things like that. I'm impressed by like brains, like people that do things that take brains. I don't know. I'm just not your average person, I guess. I mean, how do we even know they really even like each other? We don't. We don't. Aw, Myron, thank you. I just think there's so many more things that I can learn about than Travis Kelsey or whatever his name is, life. There's just so many more things to learn. Tavis or trailer? Trailer. It's just all about money. Ice Spice throwing up devil sign. Who's Ice Spice? Dude, I feel 50. I feel all of 50 right now. I do like the t-shirts the girls wear. One said Go Taylor's boyfriend and another said NFL Taylor's friend. That's cute. Let me tell you. My daughter watched the game last night. She's 23. She never watches football. She don't care about football.
Ready to bring the witness back?
But she watched it because of Tay Tay. Ice Spice, I thought it was scary, sporty, crazy. What was it? Sleepy, dopey. Thank you, Sarah. I never heard of Ice Spice. I heard of the other Spice Girls. Ice?
The issue that I asked you to look at earlier. Is everybody, do you want to approach?
Now we're approaching already. Myron sent me an animal shelter t-shirts. I love t-shirts. Yeah, that's not Spice Girls. Who the fuck is Ice Spice? She ain't from the Spice Girls because that's Scary Spice and all them.
Please rise for the jurors.
Ginger, sporty, posh, and baby. They're wanting no ice. Thank you, Kristen. They need to remove the live court is on a break. Come on, Court TV.
All rise.
Stand up!
I don't even know who that is. Ice Spice. I don't watch the Grammys anymore. They suck. Old Spice.
Please be seated.
You think you the shit, you not even the fat?
I'm going to go a little, sorry, a little bit backwards from what we were talking about when we took the break and talk about the order of the children in the car in the back seat. Declan, I think you said, had a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus had a car seat.
Yes.
And Harmony would wear a seatbelt.
Yes.
And I think that you said earlier today, Declan was in the middle, Seamus was on the driver's side, and Harmony was in the passenger side.
Yes.
In May 16 of, well, actually, in June of 2023, you described Harmony in the back seat after Burger King leaning on Seamus's seat?
Yeah, she was always leaning on one of the car seats.
Okay, and you said it was Seamus's.
Okay, so I must have it mixed up. I don't remember. I always thought Declan was in the middle.
Okay. If you told them on the 23rd that it was, June 23rd, that it was a Seamus, it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, when you were on May 16, 2023, you were talking about feeding the children, and you said Declan couldn't eat yet because he was an infant, but I gave Seamus a little piece at the time he was in the middle. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was as if it was a memory, that you were speaking from memory.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you talked about feeding Declan and putting the pieces in his mouth, do you recall if you did that?
I remember feeding one of them, both of them, I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about putting a sandwich on Harmony's lap, but not looking at her, right?
Right.
But you saw that she had a blanket on her lap, right?
Yeah, she always had a blanket on her.
And it was on her lap, you described it, right?
Yes.
Not over her, it was on her lap.
Right.
And that you were not looking, but you were sitting and just handing stuff back.
Right.
Okay. So, a couple of things on Union Avenue and what you described at Union Avenue. I think that you described the tote was in the, not the tote, the plastic thing with the tote inside was in the closet, and then the tote was put in the refrigerator.
The bag was in the tote, in the closet. Then the bag ended up in the refrigerator.
CMC bag.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was in the refrigerator for a bit until it was taken out to go into the bathtub.
Yes.
And after it was in the bathtub, it went in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about events in the freezer. I mean, in the shower. And described for the jury lime.
Yes.
And that lime was used in the shower.
No.
Did you say that lime was put in a bag?
Yes.
So that was on the floor of the bathroom, is that what you're
Yes.
saying? And why lime?
Adam got the lime. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. Did y'all research lime and what it might do?
I did not.
Okay. It's not like anything was dissolving in the shower or anything, right? With the lime? In the
It
bathroom?
wasn't in the bathroom. It wasn't used in the shower.
Okay. But nothing was dissolving or anything with lime, right?
I have no idea.
You were in there.
Not the whole time.
Okay, you said that lime was put in a bag and then Harmony's body was put in a bag. You didn't see any reaction of her body to the lime, right?
No.
Nothing changed.
I didn't see her body getting put in the bag with the lime. Adam said that he was going to be putting her body in the lime, in the bag that has the lime in it.
Okay. Okay. And you talked on direct about a tool. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you first spoke to the police, you told them that scissors were the only tool used in the shower, right?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. And the scissors were used to cut clothes off of Harmony.
Yes.
And you used the scissors.
Yes.
And you cut off Harmony's hoodie.
Yes.
And you're saying Adam used the scissors?
Yes.
And cut off her leggings?
Yes.
And those were the only tools in the bathroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
How big's the bathroom?
The bathroom wasn't that big.
Okay. You saw the things that were in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you claim to have seen a bag of lime in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any tools, right?
No, I saw a bag of lime and trash bags.
Okay. And there weren't any tools sitting outside the bathroom, right?
No.
Okay. And you didn't hear any power saws?
No, because it was really loud.
What was really loud?
Our neighbor next door was a drunk and very loud, always blasting his music.
Okay. And you think that the music could have overcome power tools if they were used?
I believe so, yeah. It was very loud all the time.
Okay. And when you first talked to the police, you actually denied that you helped Adam in the bathroom, right?
Right.
And you denied that you had anything to do with what he did in the bathroom.
Right.
You said that Adam didn't want you in the bathroom.
Right.
And then when you had to admit that you were in the bathroom, you ended up admitting that you cut off the hoodie, right?
Right.
And you ended up admitting that you were zipping up the bag.
Yes.
At the end.
Yes.
So you were in the bathroom for a while?
No.
For a few times?
Like a couple times, yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the shower was going?
Yes.
And so presumably the water is doing something?
Yes.
And a bag of lime on the floor in the bathroom would generally not be touched by a shower that's in the tub, right?
No, it was in the corner of the bathroom.
Okay, away from the tub.
Yes.
Okay. But the shower, I think you said, was going continuously
Yes.
the whole time,
Yes.
and you could hear that.
That's what I saw.
Saw or heard?
I saw. I couldn't hear it, but I saw.
And you saw it going the whole time?
Not the whole time, but I assumed the whole time.
Okay. Okay.
Because he told me what he was doing.
Okay. And you and Adam were working together to take the clothes off of Harmony and put her in the bag?
I didn't put her in the bag.
You zipped up the bag?
He needed help zipping up the bag. I was there in the beginning, and I was there in the end.
Excuse me. Sir, you need to step out or turn the pager off. Okay, please step out. Thank you. You would re-ask your question, Attorney Smith.
I forgot what it was.
I don't know.
So what you're saying now is You didn't know if the shower was going the whole time?
No.
Okay. Now, you didn't know if Adam used any tools in the shower because you weren't there the whole time?
Right.
But you never saw any?
No.
And the police specifically asked you about tools?
Yes.
And specific types of tools, right?
Yes.
And you told them that the only tool that Adam had was a box, a big box under the counter in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that when he pulled out that box one time when he was losing it, he broke the counter.
Yes.
And it was a pretty big box, right?
Yes.
And you did not see any other power tools in the apartment?
No.
Before or since?
I'm sorry?
Before that day or after that day?
No.
Okay. And they actually showed you pictures of power tools
Yes.
to ask you about those power tools.
Yes.
And did they show you a picture of a big table saw?
Yes.
And that was or was not similar to what you had seen in the apartment?
It was similar to it.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And is that what you're saying? Well, how do you recognize this picture?
It's a table saw.
Uh-huh. And was that the type of tool that you had seen in the apartment?
Yeah, there was a table saw in the box.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask that this page be marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. It's not pre-marked.
Attorney Smith, for identification or full?
Full.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
And they also showed you a picture of a circular saw, right?
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I'm going to show you another picture. And ask you if you recognize what's in that picture.
Yeah, that's what it looked.
Pardon?
It looked more like what it was than that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you actually told the detective that it looked like the cordless compact circular saw.
No, it wasn't cordless.
Okay. You say it had a cord?
Yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have this pre-marked. I would like this offered as a full exhibit.
Exhibit E.
Can be entered as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And this is, thank you. And do you remember the detective saying out loud that, did it look like the cordless compact circular saw? And you said, yeah.
No.
Okay. got a copy of Defendant's Exhibit E for ID. And I'm gonna ask you to, again, look wherever you want. Let me put this in an easier position. But read that portion at least.
Yeah, it wasn't cordless.
Okay, but the photograph that the detective had showed you was, as he said, of a cordless compact circular saw, right?
Right.
And the photograph that's been marked as I is at least indicates it's a cordless compact circular saw, or cordless circular saw.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it wasn't cordless, the one that was in the house, the apartment.
But that was the one that it looked like?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Detective Dunleavy showed you another photograph and asked if that perhaps looked like the tool under the sink?
That one?
No, a different one.
I don't know.
Do you recall him showing you a picture of a miter saw?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. We'll get there.
Okay.
So, earlier in direct, you were given a picture of a power tool, right?
Yeah.
And you had signed that photograph, right?
Right.
Or, I'm sorry, initialed it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know when you initialed it?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Was it recent or a long time ago?
I know I did some recent and I did some a long time ago, so I don't remember.
You signed some photographs recently and signed some a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you. And I keep saying sign, and I'm misstating. You initialed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63.
For identification or full?
It's been in as full.
That was recent.
This you
Yes.
signed recently
Yes.
in one of those prep sessions.
Yes.
And back in March 16, 2023, you did not sign Exhibit 63 as the tool that you had seen, right?
Right.
And if I may publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
And the name of the type of saw on that photograph that you recently signed was M18 Fuel 18-volt lithium-ion brushless cordless size grinder with paddle switch, tool only. Okay.
Yes.
But back in March of 2023, when you were shown photographs, you identified the one that looked most like the tool as the cordless circular saw, right? I'll show you a Defendant's Exhibit I.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
This cordless circular saw photograph was the one that you identified most like the tool that was under the counter.
Yes.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor?
Yep.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
So how was it that you came to initial a grinder with paddle photograph? What happened? What was the exchange where you initialed it?
Because my mom had a similar tool just like that one. Adam asked to take it, and I said, no, you're not taking it, it's my mother's.
Okay.
And he wanted to take it, and I don't remember if he took it or not, because he would have did it behind my back.
Okay. And there were never any new tools in the apartment, right?
Not that I knew of.
And you didn't see any new tools around the time that you're talking about the things that you and Adam did in the shower.
Right, but he also brought lime and whatever else into the apartment, and I had no idea.
Okay. And you also talked to the prosecutor about tools in your prep session, right?
Right.
And in that prep session, you said you didn't know of any tools, but Adam said he wanted to, right?
Yes.
And that came in the most recent prep sessions that Adam told you he wanted to use tools.
Right.
And you didn't say when they were asking you about tools in June 3rd or June 23rd, you didn't see any tools, but Adam wanted to use tools, right?
Right.
And you didn't say in March 16 of 2023 that you didn't see tools. There was an old thing that looked kind of like the circular saw, but Adam said he wanted to use tools, right? And when you're prepping for your testimony here, I think that you said your parole hearing was coming up in May?
I don't know about my hearing. I know my minimum is in May.
Okay, and so you are hoping for a parole hearing and to get out in May, right?
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, right?
No.
Okay. And on that time where the state had you initial that fuel grinder, did they show you the picture and say, have you ever seen this?
Yes.
And you said, oh, my mom has one.
I said, yes, my mom had one. I saw that she had one of those.
Okay. And when they showed you this picture, that you thought it might be important to the case, right?
Because Adam asked to take it, and I told him not to.
Okay. And that's a real clear memory, right?
Right.
And it's something that you never mentioned in June or March 22, 23, right?
Because it didn't get brought up. I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they were asking about tools, weren't they?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking about tools that my mom had. I wasn't remembering that Adam wanted to take that.
Okay. Okay. And what was that tool? Did you remember what it was?
A handsaw.
Okay.
That's what I call it anyway.
Okay. And what were the circumstances that you saw it at your mom's place?
Because my mother works with wood. She has her own refurbishing company, and she does her own woodwork.
Okay.
And she just got it. It was brand new in the box.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
So if it was brand new and purchased, it was brand new in December of 2021.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
December 7th is the day that little Harmony was murdered.
The police showed you a photograph of the CMC bag when you were doing the interview in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you identified that as the same type of bag, the same as the one that you got from Catholic Medical Center when you had your child.
Yes.
And you actually thought that it was your bag.
Right.
You thought they had found the bag.
Yeah.
And you had thought that because you recognized this little spot in the photograph. I may publish, Your Honor. Let me talk about what you've described as the treatment of that CMC bag. You say that Harmony's body was taken down from the ceiling at Fit and put into the shower at Fit.
Yes.
And put into a trash bag and into the CMC bag.
Yes.
And that body stayed in the CMC bag for a while?
Yes.
And then you took the CMC bag down the street to Portland Pie?
Yes.
And then the CMC bag came back to...
Okay, so they're talking about the CMC bag, and I didn't catch the very last thing she said about before he objected, and now they're approaching again. Well, I think she's going all over the place because facts don't lie, and if Kayla's telling the truth, it won't be different.
And that Harmony's body was in the closet in that bag at Union, right?
Yes.
And that then it was in Harmony's body was in the refrigerator in that bag.
Yes.
And then Harmony's body was in the bathroom with water running and her body and lime and all that stuff in that bag.
Yes.
And then in the freezer.
Yes.
And then taken away.
Yes.
And you believed that this bag was the same bag
Yes.
because of that little dot there.
Yes.
Because the last time you saw the bag, that was the only stain on the bag or something.
Not the only stain, but that was a stain that would not go away.
Ah, did you wash the bag?
No, but I tried getting it off.
How?
Oh, shit.
By rubbing it off.
Rubbing it?
Okay.
Oh,
Wiping it.
Pardon?
Wiping it.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
Now, after the thing in the shower, Adam became pretty despondent, right?
What does that mean?
Hurt inside.
Yeah.
And you said that he tried to kill himself.
Objection.
Yeah.
Hearsay.
And you told him that he had to live and be there for the kids.
Right.
And that the kids need him and you needed him and he shouldn't do it.
Yes.
And
Oh,
Basis?
hearsay.
without your, if I may rephrase, Your Honor,
Oh, you may rephrase. The question is withdrawn, the objection is sustained.
without saying exactly what you said, you tried to talk about your lives together to give him something to live for.
Yes.
Okay. And the main focus of that was the kids.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Adam was living for his children. Okay.
The completely changing the subject, I want to take you back to the summer of 2019, and you testified about
When you lied.
Kevin and Adam having an argument and you overhearing it.
Yes.
And the argument was about Kevin Montgomery's failure to pay bills that he had promised to pay, right?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. You all were kind of left in the lurch because those bills weren't paid, right?
Yes.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Miss Kay, I thought that they did it at the shelter. How did the shelter, if they did this this dismembering in the shelter bathroom, no one
you.
heard it? So confused.
When you're ready.
If I may just have a moment.
This whole story is not making sense. Like, none of it makes sense. I haven't heard any of this story and gone, oh, so that's how it happened? I think her mother knows a lot more than she's saying.
True Knowles, I need you to have a microphone there, so I don't know if you. Thank you.
Is she done? Oh man, he's little.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Kayla, you just said that part of that argument was about failure to pay bills. Can you tell the jurors what the other part of that argument was about?
Was about Adam hitting Harmony.
It was about, I'm sorry.
Adam hitting Harmony.
Okay.
And this bag that you have identified,
Yes.
is it similar, is it identical to the one that was brought to the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
Is it identical to the one that Adam left in the U-Haul with?
Yes.
And the stains that you mentioned, when did they make it onto that bag?
Before we left Guilford Street.
Before you left Guilford Street?
Yes.
And so that would have been before Harmony's body was ever placed in the bag?
Yes.
Objection.
Before
He's
the defendant murdered
answering for her.
Yes.
Leading. I don't know.
Before he beat her to death in that parking lot?
Yes.
Was that-
Sustained.
Let me rephrase, Judge. Was that before he beat her to death in the parking lot?
Yes.
Attorney Smith just showed you several items, saws, and I want to be very clear. The saw in my right hand was what the defendant discussed.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Foundational question. Did he testify on direct that the saw in my right hand was the one that the defendant used to discussed using to dismember Harmony?
Yes.
Did you say that on direct? Because that's in fact what he did. He discussed using this to dismember Harmony.
Yes, he did.
And the saw in my left hand that the defense attorney showed you just now, was this similar to the item that was under your countertop?
Yes.
Ew.
Attorney Smith asked you, she asked you about if that's when the defendant was losing it. What does losing it mean to you? Was that when he was hitting you? Was that something else?
Everything. He was abusive. He, in all ways, physical, emotional, and mentally.
You said physical, you said emotional, and you said mentally.
Yes.
And let's unpack that. How is he physical with you? How is he physically abusive towards you in that period before you escaped him?
He thought that I was telling on him, or cheating on him, or trying to kill him.
Okay. And
Oh, she's gonna get all choked up talking about Adam's apple.
how is he physical with you in those interactions?
He wanted me to tell him who I was cheating on him with, or if I was working with the cops, and I kept saying that I didn't, and he kept hitting me anyway, and then I started telling him that I did, even though I wasn't, and he still kept hitting me anyway.
She didn't
Let's
cry
talk about that.
Harmony,
Why would you
though.
tell him that you were doing these things, working with the police, why would you tell him that, even though you weren't at the time?
So that I wouldn't get hit.
Did he still hit you?
Yes.
You said that he was emotionally abusive to you. Tell the jurors about that.
Because he'd go back and forth with telling me to tell him that I was working with the cops, and he would accuse me of sleeping with the guy downstairs, sleeping with all these different people, that I came out of the window one night. I couldn't take care of the kids. He wouldn't let me do anything without him being there.
You said that he was mentally abusive to you. Can you tell the jurors how?
By asking me if I was working with the cops and
that's so...
making sure that I stuck with the story.
How did he
that
make sure? Can you
He
be...
brought me to work and dropped me off and was bringing Harmony to her mom.
And can you tell us who came up with that story?
He did, Adam.
And you stuck to it.
Yeah.
You stuck to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time. I'll rephrase. Did you stick to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you about Adam being pure evil. Did you think that Adam was pure evil?
When he would start going crazy, yeah.
And you mentioned the evil eyes. When he looked at you in that moment. Evil eyes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And was that right after he'd...
Eyes
beaten
don't
Harmony?
hurt you.
Yeah, it just got worse.
Were there also good times with the defendant in that period?
Yeah. But it was mostly bad.
And in those bad times, were you hoping for the good times?
Yeah.
This is making
Kayla,
me
do you
shaky.
still love the defendant?
Do you still love the defendant?
I still care about him. Because he's the father of my children. He was my best
Like,
friend.
what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
It's been hard for me to just let go.
Shut up.
Kayla, I want to switch gears with you just a bit.
Your mama's a liar and you're a liar.
You mentioned that after the defendant had beaten Harmony to death, after
Because
your
you're a
car
liar.
died at that intersection, after the defendant realized that Harmony was dead, that he got a duffel bag out of the trunk. And Attorney Smith asked you about him getting that duffel bag out of the trunk. And you said that the trunk would not open.
Yeah.
And he had to go in through the back seats.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors why the trunk wouldn't open?
When the car died, nothing was electronic was working. The windows wouldn't go down. The car just stopped working.
Kayla, I'm going to switch gears with you again. And I'm sorry to bounce around like this, but you talked about Mr. Badero, Anthony Badero, being a source of drugs, an occasional source of drugs.
Yes.
And Attorney Smith asked you about how these drugs would be purchased.
Yes.
And
You
I
know what the
believe
French call
the testimony
les
that she asked
incompetents.
you about was that sometimes you'd pay for them, sometimes he'd give them to you for free. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would Mr. Badero also accept food stamps or SNAP as a form of payment for drugs?
Yes.
And when you were living in the car, is that a form of payment that he accepted?
Yes.
Did that lead to your family having to eat baby food as a result?
Yes.
Who was eating baby food while you were living in that car?
All of us.
I thought you were eating BK. What? I ain't buying what she's
Myself
selling.
and the boys. And Harmony.
Attorney Smith asked you about trying to keep things quiet in the parking lot of the Colonial Village Apartments that morning around 3 a.m. when you woke up and the defendant was beating Harmony, striking her blow after blow. And you talked about the children not screaming. Is that because at the same time he was telling them to shut the fuck up? I think that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
Who was he telling to shut the fuck up?
Harmony.
And was that before, during, or after he was brutally beating her?
Before and after.
Attorney Smith asked you several questions about Harmony, the changes that were happening to her. And she said that it was difficult for Harmony because of all the changes. And you agreed with that, but I want to ask you about that. Was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes that she was going through?
Objection. Why don't you finish the question and then I'll rule on the objection.
So Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes she was going through, or because she was terrified of the defendant?
Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of her fear of the defendant?
Elaine.
It's a direct question. It's not a leading question.
Oh, my word. What is the judge looking like here? Jess, is the judge annoyed? Does the jury still look sympathetic? Can someone put that question in chat? She's in her early 30s, I think. I'm looking to see if there's any information on the jurors. I'm reading like some of the jury selection coverage to see what kind of people they dismiss.
So Kayla, was Harmony, was it because of all of these changes, or was it for some other reason?
Was what? What is he even talking?
Or was it for some other reason?
I think it was all of it.
And let's talk about all of it. Can you tell the jurors what all of it is?
Adam being abusive, physically and mentally, and everything she went through from her mom and her dad.
And Kayla, when you say Adam being abusive, you're talking about the accidents that you would have.
Yes.
During your cross-examination, this was last week, the defense attorney said during her examination of you that Harmony died in the car with you, right? And you weren't able to explain the answer that you'd given. Who else was in the car with you, with Harmony, when Harmony died?
Adam and the two boys.
And who was striking her repeatedly right before she died?
Adam.
Are you aware that the defense argued in their opening that something happened to Harmony in the middle of the night, and that thing killed her before the defendant was even around?
Right.
So, is that true?
No.
Did Harmony die in the middle of the night alone with you when the defendant wasn't even there?
No.
So when you testified during the defendant's examination that you thought Harmony was sleeping but then found out she was dead,
Yes.
was that in the middle of the night, or was that the next day after your car broke down?
That was the next day.
That was after the methadone clinic.
Yes.
Kayla, you were just asked, so you were asked last Friday, about a letter that you'd written with various demands. Do you remember that? It's the defense exhibit G.
Yes.
In that letter, you discuss betraying the defendant, and the attorney asked you if you wrote betraying, but you weren't asked to explain what betraying meant. Can you tell the jurors what you meant when you said betraying?
I felt like I was betraying him, Adam.
I'm gonna throw up.
Telling what happened to Harmony, and I was fighting with myself because I didn't want him to be mad at me for doing the right thing.
Were you referring to the secret that you'd been keeping for 2 years?
Yes.
Were you referring to telling the truth about him beating Harmony to death? I'll strike that question, Judge. Last week, you were asked to describe a conversation that you had with the defendant where he agreed to take the fall for Harmony's death, but you weren't asked to explain what that meant. What did you mean when you said take the fall, or when he said take the fall?
That he wants me with the children, and no matter what happens, he's the one at fault.
Was he taking the fall for something that you did?
No.
Did you beat Harmony to death?
No.
Was he taking the fall for what he had done?
Yes.
You said that in the spring of 2020, the defendant was acting strange. He was accusing you of telling on him for what he'd done to Harmony. What did you mean when you said he was acting strange?
Every time we got high, as soon as he got high, he started freaking out and just accused me of working with the cops, thought there was cameras in the house, the TV, smashed every phone we had, just destroyed the whole apartment.
When you were asked about lying to the grand jury, you said that he was stuck in your head. What did you mean by that?
That I stick with the story that he told me to say.
And that was stuck in your head during your testimony.
Yes.
I want to talk about that list of items that you gave, your requirements, the things that you'd like before testifying. Did you get immunity?
No.
Where are you currently living, Kayla?
New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
Kayla, did you get to keep
earrings.
your children?
No.
Do you have any rights to them?
No.
Are you even allowed to speak to them right now, Kayla?
No.
You said that after the defendant repeatedly struck Harmony, after he put the blanket over her, after she moaned, after the strange crying, moaning stopped, after he did drugs, and after the car died, you thought that Harmony was asleep under that blanket.
Yes.
Why did you think that she may be sleeping after Adam repeatedly struck her?
Because she usually just goes to sleep after.
Kayla, why stay with someone that does this to you?
Because I was scared. And I still cared about him.
Why defend a person that does this to you?
Because I was scared what would happen. I didn't want anybody getting in trouble.
Why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does what he did to a helpless girl like this?
Because for some reason I still cared about him.
Why defend someone that beat her to death?
Hate you, I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I don't know. I was scared.
Attorney Smith asked you about a proffer agreement, your agreement to provide information about what the defendant had done, what had happened to Harmony. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she asked you about how none of those statements could be used against you. And I think you agreed with that.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 for identification, and I'm just going to ask that you review that document and look up when you're ready. Kayla, is that the agreement as you remember it?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the signatures on that final page?
Yes.
Which one do you recognize?
Mine and my attorney and the AG.
Is that the true and correct agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit what's marked for identification as states 102.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the ID may be stricken and be entered as a full exhibit.
I'm gonna take it back. Kayla, does that agreement discuss how your statements can be used against you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how your statements can be used against you.
If I lie.
Does it say what other than your statements can be used against you if you lie?
I can get charged with anything.
Does it discuss evidence related to Harmony, her body?
Yes.
Can that information also be used against you?
Yes.
Now, is that the information that you went to that meeting with?
Yes.
And you knew about that before you testified yesterday and today?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember being do you remember being asked by the defense attorney last Friday about deciding to take an agreement with the prosecution?
Yes.
Do you remember Attorney Smith asking you the following questions and you providing the following answer? She said, "But you knew they had you solid on the perjury charges, right?"
Yes.
And you said right to that. You were never getting around that one. Attorney Smith asked you. You were never getting around that one.
Right.
And so you decided this would probably be,
Objection. That lady. Overruled.
and so you decided this would probably be the best you could do to get as few consequences as possible for your actions as possible, right? Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes.
Because people facing criminal charges make strategic decisions to admit to some lesser offenses to try to limit their legal exposure or get as few consequences for their legal actions as possible, right?
Right.
Now, the defense asked you about that legal strategy, so you'd think that they would be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that falsifying physical evidence, that abuse of a corpse, it's lesser than murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that in their opening they told this jury that that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying and abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam Montgomery.
If I could have just a moment. No further questions, thank you.
I think you testified that you were aware of what was said on openings, right?
Yes.
How were you aware?
I'm sorry?
How were you aware of what was said at openings?
I was told by my lawyer.
Your lawyer told you what was said at opening.
I believe so. I don't know. I'm not like here right now.
Pardon?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Wait a minute. She asked how she knew what was said at openings. And she said, my lawyer told me. And then Elaine said, your lawyer told you what was said at openings? And then she's like, I don't know. And then she said whatever she said. And then she's like, can you rephrase the question? I'm not really here right now. That's what she said. I'm not really here right now. Where are you, bitch? You better get your ass there because you're on the stand. I can't. Be interesting what they come back with after this one. Did you guys notice that one of our goal thingies went away? The member goal. We've got 3 out of 50 for members. That's awesome. Welcome new members today. Dude, they are really duking this one out. It's taking a minute. I'm sitting here nervously filing my nails. Jess, what is... I keep thinking she can hear me.
This is a good time for us to take our mid-afternoon break. So I'm going to have you go back into the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the evidence. No further conversations about this between each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. And we will have you, we'll take at least 15 minutes, okay?
At least?
All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up! There's other things going on behind the scenes with this because they are, it's almost, you know what it feels like? It feels like that Corey Richins case. Yeah, was she not supposed to know what was said at opening? I don't get it.
Counsel approach, you may be seated.
Maybe we'll find out more right now. We're probably going to be muted though. Yep. Jess, can you hear them? I'm serious. I'm sitting here nervously filing my nails. Oh, this is stressful. Don't you guys think this is kind of stressful? So at least a 15-minute break. Was she not supposed to know what was said in opening? That's what I don't get. She said her lawyer told her. I know it is stressful, guys. Well, we have a 15-minute at least. So why don't we, I know you guys probably aren't tethered. I'm tethered here, so I'm going to get up cuz this is I'm getting really irritated. I know sharpening them into points. I'm going to like grab, there's a fruit fly in here. I'm going to grab Kayla and choke her. Oh man, they're really good at keeping things hush hush, says Jessica. Kelly, that's a good question. Are the defense insinuating Kayla crafted her testimony from the opening statement? Let me see here. Let me do a quick Google and then I'll get up. I want to see something. Are witnesses, I don't think they're supposed to hear anything. Supposed to hear opening statements. That's what I'm going to start with. Parties are restricted. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. Exit that out. I'm not finding it. Hold on. Does anybody know? Let me reword that. You know what? Let's try to ask Alexa. Let's try this for something different. Let's switch it up. Let's ask my Aussie. It's the only thing I use him for, is to find out information. Let's find out. Let's ask Alexa. Alexa, are witnesses that testify in a trial allowed to hear opening statements?
Good afternoon, Jennifer. No, witnesses are not allowed to hear opening statements. They are sequestered until it is their turn to testify.
Alexa, what happens if a witness hears what's in the opening statements when they are supposed to testify?
From ramlom.com. However, if the witness's prior statement contains assertions that have not been testified to by the witness at trial, the statement may still be considered hearsay, as it is not helpful to the judge in assessing the witness's credibility as a witness.
Alexa, are witnesses who are in jail that are testifying in a trial allowed to know what was in opening statements?
From HollywoodReporter.com.
Hollywood.
The judge told both sides that, in their opening statements, they are allowed to state what the evidence is going to show in their
Alexa,
cross-examinations,
stop.
but
Ooh, that sounds good, Lucia. How about this? Alexa, in the state of New Hampshire. Wait. Alexa, in the state of New Hampshire, can witnesses hear opening statements?
from dolmanlaw.com. It is then, if they are selected, that they are sworn in and ready to hear opening statements.
I'm probably making everybody's go off. I'm so sorry. Alexa, what happens if a witness listened to opening statements and they're supposed to testify in a trial?
From courts.gov. If a witness inadvertently and unintentionally hears some trial testimony, the sense of the rule would permit the judge to allow the witness to testify if fair under the circumstances.
Can you repeat that and tell me in layman's terms? Alexa, can you repeat that last answer and just tell me in layman's terms?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
Okay. I got rid of all of mine except for this one in my office because I need to ask it how to spell words. I need to ask it about certain things like that. Yeah, the woman gives me the creeps. I don't like her. I don't like that. I don't like her voice. Alexa, can a witness's testimony be stricken if they listened to opening statements?
Yes, a witness's testimony can be struck if they listen to opening statements. The judge can allow the witness to testify if the witness inadvertently hears opening statements and it is fair under the circumstances.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see what happens when we get back. I know where Elaine was going with that now, though. Elaine was going, how did you know what was in opening statements? My attorney told me. No, it says no, but I'll ask again. Alexa, can witnesses be present during opening statements?
No, witnesses are not permitted to be present during opening statements.
Alexa, is Black Eagle's fourth husband going to be the charm?
Sorry, I don't know that one.
What's an Alexander? Travis Alexander? Alexa, can a lawyer get in trouble for telling a witness what was in opening statements?
From MarkowitzHerbold.com. Courts recognize that in opening statement, a lawyer may properly discuss in good faith aspects of the case that the lawyer reasonably anticipates proving, even though ultimately it turns out for any number of reasons that the evidence is not admitted or the witness does not
That's not what
appear
I
during
wanted.
trial. Did that answer your question?
No, it didn't.
Thanks for your feedback.
Thank you for subscribing, Johan Bienvenue. What else can I ask about that? Like, what else? Travis Alexander. Oh, it changed it to Alexander. He can say she's lying, but what if they put him under oath and said, dude, is she lying? She's under oath. Okay. Alexa, can a witness hearing other testimony cause a mistrial?
From Scribe.com. A witness's unduly prejudicial testimony, elicited in violation of an order in Lamine, is grounds for a mistrial.
Look how smart we can be without the diplomas on the wall. Isn't that amazing? We can get close. We can get close to finding out just by asking some questions. I'm sorry I made everybody's households go crazy about that. I'll try to say the name low next time. Stacy says the defense is going to be like, Pointy, you said your lawyer told you. And Kayla's going to say, I don't remember. TT. Hey, let's get an update from Jess. Jess, are you back in the courtroom or no? It looks like we've still got time. She's probably outside. I'd be outside. My lawn people are cutting outside. Can you hear it? You think it's going to be fireworks when we get back?
So hot in her.
Kayla said, can you re-ask? Yeah, that's loud AF. Yeah, it's like no report taken. I don't remember. And then that other girl from Adam's firearm trial. What? Hey, baby D. Baby D. I got you. I still got you on the soundboard.
Baby D.
I love you, baby D. So they're still talking to the judge. Oh, boy. Yikes.
You want a cough drop?
They're at a salad bar. Every time I see sidebar, I want a salad bar. What was an opening statement that would affect it this much? I don't know, but I want to listen to it again now. Which one, Megs?
Bring it all in.
No, Seba. Which one was that? I always wondered what they got from the Watts. Alexa. Bring it all in. Hey, Annie. Ooh, I don't like Cobb. I don't like that butt cheese. Oh, that's because Baby D hasn't been here in a while. I only play that when Baby D's here.
Baby D.
Supersonic. Pretty sure she would have opened the door to waive attorney-client privilege because she mentions discussion with her attorney on the stand. Do I think they're both trying to take her down, or do I think they're both trying to save her ass because she's helping bust drug dealers? I'll have to look that up, Seba. Baby D says I'm always working. You can actually hear David Dotson's breath in that. That is creepy. David Dotson. Oh, gosh.
Wake up.
Longer recess. I kind of figured, Jess. I kind of figured it was going to be a longer recess because the judge said at least 15 minutes.
For donuts?
That's for donuts, Megs.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
I watched a show last night. Yeah, that was David Dotson. He's like, I play this flute for summer every night at sunset. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, that was on the news. He was like, I play this flute every night at sunset for summer. Bless his heart.
Yeah, that loud and beefy.
Do we know if Adam will be in court after Kayla's done testifying? We have no idea. He's given a choice every day. Do we think Adam will testify? Let's do a poll. Do you think Adam will testify? Baby D. Do you think Adam will testify? Yeah, he's given the choice every day. Troy, the judge gives him an opportunity. He's asked if he would like to come to court. And if he doesn't want to come to court, he doesn't have to, which I would think it would be up to the judge because the judge in Letitia Stauch's case ordered her to come to court. So Adam's getting this squishy little treatment because I think Adam's rolling on some big drug dealers. So he knows he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, right? He's already got, 50 years for the firearms and shit. and stealing firearms and felony firearms and everything. And then he's got the second-degree murder. So I think he knows he's going to be in prison for the rest of his life, and I think he's snitching to get special privileges. He's going to make the most of whatever he has. I mean, we know he's an asshole. So he's going to try to get the best deal that he can, right? I just feel like he's trying to make the best of his situation. It's always about him. Jamie thinks it's better for the witnesses that he's not there. It's definitely better for Crystal, her mom, that he's not there, I think. Oh, you renamed yours? You used a different name, Cosmic? I heard a lawyer that was reviewing this case say that they thought that the opening statement made it sound like Adam himself would be the only one who, God, I can't even keep my mind straight. Wow, Siba. British court. So it was in Great Britain. Look at the date, November 13th, 2022. Yeah, I think he has to go after. I mean, he has to be there if he's convicted. Right now, he's innocent until proven guilty. Miss Shizzle. Miss Shizzle. I gotta sneeze. Phew. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Oh, my allergies are off the chain right now. What is everyone saying? R.I.P. Travis? Travis Alexander? That was Jodi Arias's victim. I see the flag moving. You know, I'm such an airhead. You guys were talking about the flag, and I had no idea what you were talking about. Thank you. Thank you for the bless yous. Hey, I'm just curious. If I'm this far away from my mic, do I sound like I'm far away? Like, am I hard to hear? The trial of Daniel White. Murder of his wife, March 24th, 2023. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to look that up because I'm curious because I've often wondered what they could have picked up from the Watts Alexa. She turned blue.
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
I know you don't. It's okay. Daniel White. Alexa, can you tell me who Daniel White is that was charged with murder?
I don't know that one.
I don't know that one. Alexa, can you tell me about Chris Watts' case and the Alexa?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Alexa, do you have any information on crimes at all?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
You can hear me, but I'm not as clear. Yeah, this mic, these Shure mics, you have to be like right up on them. That's why I look funny sometimes because I move my chair around and then I got to lean into the mic. Jessica says, I don't know what's going on, but Kayla's lawyer is holding some paper and waiting to talk to one of the other lawyers. No, there's definitely something going on. They told Chris Watts the record records distress. That wasn't true, but he believed it. Alexa, do you record distress signals? He won't answer. Alexa, do you store distress and call 911 for people? The fuck? Point that microphone down at your chin and aim it at your chin. She said at least 15 minutes, guys.
It's in the water. What the
Alexa, what can be stored in your database?
Text, dates, integers, float values, and images are just a few examples of the data that can be stored in a database. The information can be retrieved, changed, protected, and analyzed because to the database's capacity to store and manage a wide range of data types.
What? Alexa, what do you store that we don't know about?
From blackoutcoffee.com. Store unopened bags of whole beans, vacuum sealed with the seal intact, in the freezer.
What? Where'd you send it to, Megs? Maybe there's a transcript of the opening statement and I can read it and see what the hell is going on here. Alexa, are you spying on me?
No, I'm not spying on you. I'm designed to protect your privacy. You can learn more by visiting amazon.com/Alexa privacy.
He says he's not. I gotta believe him. Okay, so here is a transcript of the prosecution's opening statements. No, I want to read them. This could very well be one of the most difficult cases. Wait. Da, 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 da. This isn't the right transcript. We'll listen to it. It's long, guys. It's 27 minutes long. I can't find the transcript. I think I went in the settings and there's like a voice setting in there. I really don't know how I got it to do that. Alexa, what is emergency assist?
Emergency Assist is a 24/7 emergency response service available for anyone with an Echo device. It offers assistance for any emergency situation that may arise at home. Emergency Assist is compatible with all Echo speakers and Echo shows.
Oh, thank you, Mega. I got it. Daniel White strangled and slit wife's throat in their home. Daniel White, 36, kicked open Angie White's locked bedroom door, strangled her, and cut her throat. He then fled the house in Swansea in his wife's car before phoning police to confess in October 2022. White was given a life sentence of at least 20 years and 10 months at Swansea Crown Court after admitting the murder. Officers went to the home where they found the front door unlocked and the body of Mrs. White, 45, in her bedroom. Look what Publix has for Valentine's Day. Just saying. Just saying. Chocolate-covered strawberries from Publix. Swansea Crown Court heard laborer White had a long history of domestic violence, including against Mrs. White. At the time of the murder, he was on parole from prison after receiving a 10-year extended sentence for rape and assault. Fearful of her husband, Mrs. White had installed a mortise lock on her bedroom door, which White kicked in after an argument started on WhatsApp. Neighbors heard banging, shouting and screaming about 3 a.m. on October 22nd before hearing a car drive away. Shortly before 6, White called police, telling a call handler, "I've strangled her and cut her throat. She's dead." We argued and she locked the door and said she wanted me out. All I wanted to do was take my stuff and leave. I just shut her up. I strangled her. I ran downstairs and I cut her throat to make sure she was dead. Oh, God. The couple heard the court had an Amazon Alexa, which can control household electrical items when activated by a voice prompt. Detectives discovered voice commands made by White and his wife at the time the murder had been saved. Prosecutor William Hughes said police have been able to discover that at 3:03 a.m. in her bedroom, she said, "Alexa, volume 3. At 3:16, Daniel White can be heard saying, "Alexa, stop." He then goes back down into the living room and says, "Turn on, Alexa." But what can be heard is that he is out of breath, and these appear to be the moments when he has gone to get the knife. He then returns to the bedroom. He was talking to the thing at 3:18, and he says, "Alexa, turn on the light." See, they had their lights and shit and their TV hooked up. And then at 3:19, he tells it to turn off the TV. So the Crown's reasonable interpretation is after 3:03 and before 3:16, Daniel White had a burst through the door and initially strangled Angie, then went downstairs to get the knife and thereafter cut her throat. And then they compared it with their texts, the time of their texts. Ooh. That's horrible. This is Angie. Sad. Oh, boy. I don't know. I don't think they're done yet. What is Jess saying? Kayla's lawyer is approaching the bench. Oh, so her lawyer who told her about opening statements is talking to the judge. I've got Shake It Off stuck in my head. Unfortunately. If you guys are new to my channel and you haven't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing. We are so close to 100K. We are at 95,381 subscribers. Total subscribers. Let's see how many members we have now. We have exceeded how many members I've ever had. I don't know if I can see that on my phone. I think you can. Like, they've made all of our stuff available on our phones, which is pretty cool. I need a nap. Huh. I can't see it. Our gender, though, let's go through our analytics. I always love looking at these. For January, let's look at January. We have 63% females and 36% male. Seba, the like is amazing. It is. It helps a ton. Like. Oh my God, I'm going to put you all to sleep. I got to get up for a few minutes. And I will be back. I got to go get something to drink and stuff. Do you think showing live trials has helped increase your subs? Yes. Yes. I think with every trial, there's different people following. So I've noticed a lot of new subscribers with that. I noticed a lot of new viewers from the shorts too. Aw, Cheryl T, you're such a special part of my channel. Cheryl T has been around since the beginning. She is my beautiful Auntie Cheryl. And I wouldn't trade her. She's the best auntie in the world. The best auntie I've ever had, to be honest. When the judge speaks, she's speaking to the defense and looking back at Kayla's lawyer. Oh, shiz, what's going on? Adrian, I absolutely love your coverage of the last two trials. Totally enjoyed the chat as well. Thank you so much, Adrian. Brielle caught up. Kayla's still on the stand. Yep. McKenna, we like you being here too. We have a great group of people here, guys. We really do. I hope if you're newer, that you if you're just listening right now and you haven't jumped into the chat. She's not my real auntie, but she may as well be. If you're just new here and you're, just kind of checking out the channel, make sure it's right for you. Feel free to pop in. Oh my God, I can't stop yawning. This is terrible. Shimpy. A lot of people just listen. But, if you ever feel comfortable, you want to jump in, we're a great group of people. We really are. We have the best chat. I yawned so much that my eyes are watering. Shimpy, that picture is adorable. Is that like your granddaughter or your daughter? I can't. Kelly Fitzgerald, a lot of people got unsubbed. I know it's catchy. All right, I'm going to get up now. I'll leave the thing on here, okay? We'll leave it just as it is. And here comes another one. It's like when you're not supposed to yawn and they just keep coming. I'll be back. Hopefully a little bit rejuvenated. Everyone's yawning. I got me a snack. I got some Fritos. I know, real healthy. And some Lay's ranch dip. So I'm going to be over here having a little snack. I'm with you guys, though. I'm here. Right now it's 2:54 there in the courtroom. Ha! Meg P, you spoke too soon. Ha, Buttercup. That's nice. Oh, it's time for the sack lunch. Sid. Did you notice that sack lunch says Shannon? Are they bringing Kayla in?
Just like the fajita.
Bring it all in.
I know, I'll probably feel sick in a little bit because I ate too many Fritos.
Why by yourself?
Here she come. Why is she waddling? Oh, she's shackled. Whoops.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
We don't have sound yet. They're still talking, getting things straight.
Bring in the jury. Counsel, actually, never mind.
I'm just gonna have to. Secrets. I hear big sighs.
All right.
Say it with some conviction. All rise. I'm becoming annoying at this point.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I do realize that was more than 15 minutes. Sometimes there are some issues that come up that the court has to deal with before we can bring you back in. We have dealt with that, and the defense may proceed.
When we took the break, you had indicated that you learned information about what was said in opening statements by Adam's attorneys about the case, right?
Yes.
And you were, I think the state asked, were you aware that he said something happened in the night of December 6th to December 7th with you alone in the car?
Yes.
And he also said, were you aware that Adam was conceding that he had been involved in the manipulation, well, the abuse of the court's charge?
Yes.
And the falsifying evidence charge?
Yes.
And you learned this the morning before you testified?
Yes.
And you learned this because your attorney spoke to you about it?
Yes.
Overruled.
And learning this allowed you to prepare for the answers that you would give?
Yes.
And you discussed the ways that you would deal with this information?
Objection.
Overruled.
Not really, no.
Okay. You thought about this information and you knew that that was different from what you had told police and the prosecutors before?
Yes.
And you thought about this information and this pointed the finger at you, right?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't want to have the finger pointed at you. right?
Right.
And you wanted to think about and prepare yourself for how you would respond to those questions. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And and it was sort of like the prep sessions with the state and with the police, that you could think about things that had happened and maybe give a better or different explanation the next time you spoke to someone.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
When the police, during your interviews, raised questions or skepticism about information that you gave them, you'd sometimes change your statements, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Assumes facts then.
Overruled.
No.
Psychopathy.
Well, when the police spoke to you in June 3rd, you said that you were not in the bathroom and that you were not involved with what happened in the shower when Harmony's body was at Union Avenue, right?
Right.
And then the next time you talked to the police, you said you were a little bit aware, and then you slipped up and said something, and the police said, "Did you cut the clothes off?" And you said, "Yeah, the hoodie," right?
That's not how that happened, but
Okay. But you had denied anything, and then as time and their questioning went on, you acknowledged that you were a participant, right?
right.
Okay. And you talked on direct about Adam losing it in after Harmony's body was in the shower, right?
Not that day, but yes.
Okay, sometime after, right?
Right.
And that he was accusing you of cheating on him,
Yeah.
accusing you of trying to kill him,
Yes.
accusing you of having cameras all over the house,
And other things, yes.
and accusing you of blaming him for Harmony's death to the police.
No.
Accusing you of telling the police.
Right. You already said that.
Pardon?
You already said that.
Okay. So he was accusing you of telling the police that he had caused Harmony's death.
Yes.
And accusing you of telling the police that you were trying to poison him.
Yes.
He was scared of you.
No.
Okay. And none of that was true, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't cheating on him, right?
Right.
And you weren't trying to poison him.
Right.
And you weren't accusing him of Harmony's death.
No.
He had just sort of lost his mind for a while, right?
Yes.
And in that time period, he got violent.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury when you were talking about that time period that he punched you twice.
I don't remember saying how many times, but yes.
Or a couple of times?
Yes.
And that sounds right? Or do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
No, I was gonna say yes.
Okay. And he punched you twice, and
Objection, Your Honor.
oh,
The objection is sustained.
you told the grand jury he punched you twice or a couple of times, right?
Right.
Did I ask him to do that?
And then in March, this started to happen again, right?
It never stopped.
Okay. And you have a picture of, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 99, of you with redness along your eyes.
Yes.
Right? And this is a picture that you took of yourself and sent to other people, right?
Right.
Because you were angry at what he had done to you.
I sent it to my own family.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
And you left him,
Yes.
but he was the one that got arrested,
Right.
and you filed a restraining order on him,
Yes.
and went back with your mother for a while,
Yes.
and went to the shelter for a while,
Yes.
and tried to get back with Adam.
Yes.
And you're saying it was not a couple of times after Harmony's body was taken away, it was constant.
Yes.
And then he had also, we talked about, become despondent and sort of suicidal.
It happened twice, yes.
She just said it happened twice.
Overruled.
And you took care of your kids, right?
Yes.
And took care of Adam.
Yes.
And continued on with your life.
Yes.
Okay. You said that the state asked you about Adam being pure evil, right?
Yes.
And that's what you said you saw in Adam at the time that you say that he was beating Harmony.
Yes.
And you're saying that a child was beaten to death beside you, looking like pure evil, and you continued on with your children and your life with Adam.
Yeah, but it wasn't okay.
Okay. And you did nothing about Harmony's death?
No, I asked him to stop, and he didn't.
Okay. I'm talking about after Harmony was died, you continued on with your life, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't okay. It was abusive.
Okay. And you don't like that, abusive, right?
Right.
And you would not approve of abusive behavior.
Well, I was taking it.
Okay.
When I shouldn't have. It took a while for me to just leave him. It's really hard.
Okay. Now, the duffel bag in the trunk of the car, you eventually got the trunk open, right?
No, we didn't get the trunk open.
Well, you eventually got a bunch of stuff out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
And were you present when Mr. Badero drove Adam back to the car?
Yes, I was with him.
And the kids were where?
With us.
Okay. And at that point, you were trying to get the rest of the stuff out of the car?
Yes.
And you were able to take some things out of the car?
Yes.
From the back seat?
Yes.
And from the trunk?
Yes.
And let's talk about the letters talking about betrayal. Remember talking about that on redirect?
Yes.
Anyway, those letters were the handwritten notes that were taken from yourself.
Yes.
And you are talking about betrayal of Adam because you don't want to hurt Adam.
Right.
But I think you said on redirect, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And that's what you meant when you wrote the word betrayal, was that you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And after you wrote that letter, where you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing, you went and lied to the grand jury.
When I was subpoenaed, yes.
And that was after the letter about betrayal, right?
A few months after, yes.
And that was not doing the right thing, right?
Right.
Because you knew how Harmony died, right?
Right.
And you knew when she died, right?
Right.
And you knew where she died, right?
Yes.
And the right thing would have been to tell the grand jury that information, right?
Right.
And you did not do the right thing.
Not yet.
Okay. And then, I think you said, that Adam and you talked about, I think you called it take the fall, because he wanted you to be with the children.
Yes.
So Adam agreed to take the fall for what happened to Harmony to protect you.
No, not just to protect me.
To protect you being there for the children.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said if anything happens, he would take the fall.
Right.
And you expected that he would do that, right?
No.
You didn't expect that he would do that.
No.
Okay. But he did, right?
No.
Ah, okay. Sorry. He took the fall in the sense that both of you represented to other people that he had taken Harmony to Crystal.
Right.
Okay. So he was allowing him to be the focus of anybody's questions, not you, right?
Right.
And you said that you said that Dunkin' Donuts, that you stuck with the story even though you didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts on the 30th, right?
Right.
And I think you said that Adam said make it sometime around Thanksgiving, right?
No.
The story about him going with Harmony off to Crystal.
Yeah, because we got kicked out of the house, but it was just that time.
Okay. And you were the one that picked the date that you would say that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, you said that you continued with your story even though you knew you didn't work that day, right?
Right.
And you continued with the story because in the middle of grand jury, you learned that they had gotten the Dunkin' Donuts records, right?
Yeah.
And you continued with the story because you weren't prepared to say anything else.
I didn't want to say the other issue of what happened.
Okay. And you had been advised prior to the grand jury testimony, those ground rules were saying every time that you lie, you might get stacked charges, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that has been the focus of everything that you have done since being arrested is to be in as little trouble as possible, right?
I'm sorry?
you have said things to try and get out of trouble or keep the trouble as little as possible, right?
No.
No? Well, when they continued asking questions, you could have asked to see your lawyer, right?
Right.
But you continued with the story, right?
Right.
Because you didn't have another one to say.
Because that's what Adam told me to say. I didn't know what else I was going to say. I just stuck with the story.
Okay. So you didn't know what else to say, so you stuck with the story, right?
Right.
And you had talked before about betraying Adam, but weren't ready at the grand jury.
Right.
Okay. And and you said that you were afraid to do anything because you were afraid of what would happen, right?
Right.
And I think one of the things that you told the state that you were afraid of what would happen was that Adam threatened to have Kevin kill you?
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin is the uncle that used to live in the 77 Guilford Avenue, right?
Yes.
And the one that was in that fight with Adam that you said that you overheard in the summer?
Yes.
Okay. State talked to you about your cooperation agreement that you reached before talking to the police about what happened that you said happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And one of the things that it said was that your statements couldn't be used against you, right?
Right.
And that they wanted the truth, right?
Right.
And you told them when you first spoke after having this agreement that you did not go into the shower at Union Avenue when Adam was manipulating the body, right?
Right.
Right. And that was not the truth, right?
No.
And you didn't get in any trouble for it, right?
Right.
You just changed your testimony, right?
Right.
Basis?
She didn't testify at the trial. That's what was
Oh, rephrase.
Okay.
Your statement, right?
Right.
And as time went on and they would approach you with things, you might adjust your statement to fit some of the questions, right?
Right.
Okay. And by that agreement, you were supposed to only tell the truth, right?
Right.
And your story changed somewhat, right?
Right.
And at the grand jury, you were only supposed to tell the truth, right?
Right.
And you lied.
Right. Married.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Your Honor, no further questions for Ms. Montgomery from the state.
All right, you may step down.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ms. Courtney Garcia to the stand. When you get there, if you could please just remain standing for a brief moment. Ms. Garcia, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
And feel free to pour yourself a glass of water if you'd like, for any reason. Ms. Garcia, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Courtney Garcia, Courtney Garcia.
Okay, thank you. And what city do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
And are you currently employed?
Not at the moment.
Okay. What kind of jobs have you had in your life?
I've had some supervisor positions. I've worked as a counselor in the addiction field, restaurant jobs.
Okay. And currently, right now, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay. How old?
13 months.
It sounds like a handful.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with regards to the name Adam Montgomery, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
All right. How do you know Adam Montgomery?
He is a childhood friend of my husband,
Okay. And what's your husband's name?
Matthew Garcia.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, have you met him in person before?
I have.
Okay. And also, at any point in time, were the two of you working together?
Yes, he was one of my employees.
Approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Just a minute.
Ms. Garcia, I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
That's Adam Montgomery. The same Adam Montgomery that we're talking about?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you very specifically about Mr. Montgomery. And I'd like to ask about Thanksgiving of 2019, if I can.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Montgomery on Thanksgiving of 2019 or around that time?
I did, on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in the evening.
I'm sorry, in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask if you can just kind of scoot a little bit more forward, actually. You saw him in the evening, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him in the evening, let me ask, did you become aware of where he was living at the time?
Yes, I did. He was living in his vehicle.
What did the car look like?
It was a Chrysler Sebring, very bald tires, silver to my knowledge.
And where did you see him that evening?
I saw him at the Pestataquag, I think that's how you pronounce it, apartments in Manchester, New Hampshire, in the parking lot.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do for him that day?
My husband and I provided Adam gas money, and we offered him a place to stay.
And that was on Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did Mr. Montgomery say to that when you offered him a place to stay that night?
Is everything going to be an issue with these drug users? I mean, come on. So this is actually going to be testimony about Thanksgiving 2019. We know that Kayla lied to the grand jury in June. Now we're going to, I'm effed up. Harmony was killed December 7th, 2019. We're talking about Thanksgiving. And remember her mom said between Thanksgiving and December 6th. It's the last thing I know. This is giving me hives. I have like a hive right here. I'm like, why am I itching? This is Adam's childhood friend's wife. Adam also worked for her. She gave Adam Montgomery a job, and she giggled. Yeah, I bet they're interested. I finally got that fucking Kayla off the stand. But she giggled about, they were living in a car. Like, dude, there were 3 babies in that car. How can you even remotely smile about it? I mean, even the reason you're here having to testify, what is wrong with these people? Their reactions are just so off. They're off. None of it makes sense. The Portland pie. I don't know. We haven't gotten to that. Like, how can she even giggle? Like, oh, they're living in a car. Like, I would have memories of that and think, my God, I should have saved those babies. Shame on her. And her flannel. With her lashes. I can't. I mean, what is wrong with these people, dude?
Thanksgiving and staying. What did the defendant say when you made that offer?
Adam was kind of for it, but Kayla and Adam ended up not agreeing to stay at our location.
Okay. And let me ask you, is that a conversation that you directly had with the defendant?
Yes.
And I believe a second ago you just said also Kayla. So, Kayla, is that Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
That particular day, did you see any other members of the family there?
Yes, they had their 2 sons and Harmony in the back seat.
Speak up.
Okay. And how did you see her in person in the back seat, or did you just know that she was there?
I just know that all 3 children were there. None of the children got out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you look into the vehicle at any point to put eyes on them?
We offered them food, so I believe at one time I kind of put my hand in, and that was that. I didn't really look at the children. It's not what I was there for.
Okay. And from your recollection today, how many children were in the car at that time?
3.
Thank you. Moving forward from Thanksgiving, I want to talk to you about the couple of months after that. Did you see the defendant again, Adam Montgomery, sometime between December and January, December of 2019 into January of 2020?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time during that month, December going into January, did you have a conversation with him about Harmony and her condition?
We did, yes. Or I did, yes.
Okay. Where did Mr. Montgomery say she was at that point?
He told us that he brought Harmony back to her mother.
Do you know what her mother's name is?
Crystal, maybe?
Okay. And let me ask, with regards to that, I apologize. Did the defendant ever tell you what her name is? I should have asked a better question there.
No,
Okay.
He did not.
And with regards to how she was back with her mother, what did the defendant tell you about why that happened, or how it happened, or when it happened?
He told us that he brought her back to her mother because Harmony was having multiple accidents in the vehicle.
And by accidents, what do you mean by accidents?
She was using the bathroom in the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about Harmony now being with her mother as compared to Harmony being with Adam?
I'm sorry, not.
Sure. At any point in time, did he talk about what kind of, with regards to what Harmony was being provided for, what she could be provided for from her mother as compared to what Adam was able to offer at that time?
A home.
A home?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Let me ask you, Ms. Garcia, at one point, were you interviewed by officers of the Manchester Police Department about this interaction that we talked about today that you had with Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were speaking with them, did you tell them that the defendant told you that she was better off with her mother than with him at the time?
Basis? Hearsay. I'm sorry, the defendant.
Yes, I'm asking whether or not she reported those as the defendant's words at that time.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, he told us that she was better off with her mother because she could provide her a home and Adam could not.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Hi, Ms. Garcia. You indicated on direct examination that a place to stay was offered for the night?
Correct.
Adam was kind of for it?
Yes.
Kayla wasn't?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Gotti?
Nothing else. We'd ask this witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Kimberley Frane to the stand, please. Thank you.
There's Dolly. Did you see Dolly? This is her. This is, I don't know. Remember, we watched her. Let's see how she looks a little more pep in her step than she did in the weapons trial. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Here we go. She is a trip.
That the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Frane, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and your last name for the record and spell them out for us?
Kimberley, Kimberly, Frane, Frain.
Thank you, Ms. Frane. Appreciate that. With regards to New Hampshire, do you live in the state?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, what town do you live in?
Meredith.
In Meredith. And what are you doing for work right now?
I'm working in healthcare at a hospital.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years.
How far have you gone in school?
I'm actually back in school now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Where?
What? I'm sorry, what are you studying?
It's kind of long. Healthcare administration.
Okay. And how long have you been, or how long do you have to go before you get a degree?
Like 3 more years.
3 more years?
Yeah.
All right. Pardon me. So I'm going to ask just one question at a time, so I'd ask you to please listen carefully to either my question or any other counsel's question that you get asked. And if I'm talking too quickly or if you don't understand my question, just let me know. I'll be happy to restate it, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks. Prior to where you live now, did you used to live in Manchester back in 2019?
Yes.
All right. And do you know of somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you ever used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street in Manchester?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
Like 5 years,
About 5 years?
maybe?
Okay. Let me ask, you also know the name Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
And what was when you, and have you met Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
Right. What's the relationship between Kayla Montgomery and Adam Montgomery when you first met them?
I met them at work. We worked together. First I worked with Kayla, and then Adam worked with us too.
With regards to Kayla and Adam, did you ever meet Adam's daughter, Harmony Montgomery?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with her?
Yes, I babysat her and the 2 boys, or 1 boy at the time, at my house.
At your house?
Yeah.
And would this have been back in 2019?
Yeah, I think it was the summer of 2019.
I'd like to ask some specific questions for you about Adam Montgomery, specifically about beginning in the winter of that year, at the end of 2019, all right?
Okay.
Right. Did you ever bring Adam Montgomery jumper cables to try to start a car?
Yes.
How many times have you done that for him?
Once.
Just the one time?
One time.
How did he reach out to you for help?
He either called me or it was on Facebook. I can't remember which. And he said that their car had died and it was freezing out and they wanted me to come jumpstart their car. And I told them no, but they kept begging and I felt bad. So I went.
Okay. So you said it maybe either messaged you or reached out on Facebook. Is that right? Did you have a Facebook account at one point that just went by the name Kimberley Frane?
Yeah.
And is that the account that he might have messaged you on?
Yeah.
What time was this? What time of morning was this that Adam reached out, or you got these messages asking for a jump?
It was in the middle of the night. I just remember that. It was late.
So did you go to where they were and give them a jump?
I did.
Where did you go?
It's behind Elm Street in, I think it's Colonial Apartments.
Okay. And is that at the south side of town, west side, or north side of town?
It's like right down the road from my house on the north side.
Okay. When you saw them, do you remember what kind of car they were in at that night?
Yeah, they were in a blue Audi.
Now, when you went to meet them, first of all, what was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was freezing.
So when you got there, who, if anybody, got into your car?
I pulled up, and I don't remember the beginning, but I don't think I brought a jumper pack that my ex-husband had, and a Good Samaritan came by, and him and Adam jump-started it, and Kayla jumped in my car with the two boys, and we just blasted the heat to keep them warm.
To keep them warm?
Yeah.
So you said it was Kayla and the two boys?
Two boys.
Okay. So I know you said before that you had babysat Harmony on one occasion. Was Harmony there with you? Did she get into the car as well with Kayla and the two boys?
No.
Did you see Harmony at all while you were there that night?
No.
And I believe you said a Good Samaritan came along. Do you remember who that is or even know who that
No,
is?
it was just somebody in the complex saw us struggling.
Okay. I guess I'll ask this one other question. After that one time, did you ever jump a car for them again?
No. I was distancing myself from them at that point.
Do you remember the exact day that this occurred in the winter of 2019, end of 2019?
I don't.
Okay. Just that it was very cold out, is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Well, this girl was addicted and having babies too. So it's like you surround yourself with the same kind of shit, right?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Frane. I have one more question just for you in general. With regards to conversations that you've had with Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case, with regards to those conversations, did you ever have a conversation with him about Harmony having bathroom accidents or wetting herself or defecating herself in her pants?
I don't think so. Not him.
Not him?
Oh, with who then?
No.
Okay. With anybody else?
Maybe with Kayla, but I don't remember.
You babysat? Was she messy?
Well, and I don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't. That's okay. And so you're saying your testimony is you don't.
I don't remember.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I
Marie.
believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Here we
You
go.
wanna move, come up?
Yes, Your Honor.
About that? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I only have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You recalled that whatever car that you jumped, you thought it was a blue Audi?
Yeah.
And you know from before that Adam used to drive a Sebring?
It was a silver car.
Okay. This was not the car that Adam used to drive around, right? And you remembered this way back in 2021 when the police first asked you about it, right?
Yeah.
And your memory, even the first time you talked about it, was a blue Sebring. Blue Audi.
No, I think I might have told them I think I told them it was the silver car, but
Okay.
it was the Audi they were in.
Okay, so you're really clear about that, huh?
Yeah.
So what changed when you first said the Sebring and then sort of recalled the Audi?
I just couldn't remember the time frames because it was so long ago.
Okay, so I understand that, but what changed your recollection of the type of car?
Objection, Your Honor, has been answered at this point.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay. I think you said at first you told them it was the Sebring, but then the blue Audi when they first started questioning you on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that made you say that it was the blue Audi?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. Council approach.
$8:45 tomorrow morning, unless they get the blizzard that they're supposed to get. So 8:45, she got off really easy this time. The weapons trial, dude, she was on the stand forever, it seemed like. She is like, peace out. Blizzard. They're supposed to get like 12 inches of snow. If you go out in that shiz, be careful. Are they done? Like, are they not going to come back? Do we need to roll our credits? So I can make a video on the witness list?
It's 10:04, and I don't want to get started with
10:04?
another witness and take you too long beyond 4 o'clock. So we're going to end for the day. I know earlier when I left this morning, there were some reports about weather. I have kept an eye on it as we've taken breaks throughout the day. The reports actually look much better than was originally anticipated. And we're New Hampshireites, so we're used to weather. But it does not look like it is going to be the significant weather event that they had originally predicted. So I'm going to keep an eye on the weather throughout the night. At this point, the court will be open. We will. I have every expectation that we are going to go forward tomorrow with trial. So I'll need you here at 8:45. If anything were to change, we would let you know well before then. I know we have contact information for all of you. I'll double check to make sure that that's correct. So keep an eye out on your email or text messages, but I think it is extremely unlikely that we would not have trial tomorrow, so you should all plan accordingly. Put your boots beside the door. So 8:45 tomorrow morning. As I said, don't read anything about this. Avoid all news media regarding this case. Don't look anybody up. Don't do any independent research. And I will see you tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much, everybody, for your attention today. Thank you. Greg, can you just make sure that I'll call downstairs to Ann, make sure she has everybody's contact information. Okay. Did you call downstairs?
I don't know how they lived in a car with 5 people. That's how it was in Michigan when we lived there. Like, oh, we're going to get 10 inches. And we wake up and there's like frost. You're like, where's that 10 inches? And then you get like a blizzard out of the blue. You're like, where the fuck did that come from?
All right, everybody. You can be seated.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Any last minute issues we need to address? You can do it from there. I think unless you think there's something that would be privileged, but otherwise I say do it from there. Okay. Okay.
We've heard from Attorney Sheehan. We understand that Mr. Guerrero would likely go ahead and vote for some of the cross-examination that we anticipated of him. So as a result, we probably have a conversation with him this evening as to whether or not
really trying to hear.
Granted, we'll have an answer for you on that prior to him taking the stand, but with the day of him taking the stand. So we will hopefully go ahead and be able to resolve that issue.
Okay. When you say the day of his taking the stand, that would be will not be problematic, I don't believe, if immunity is granted. If immunity is not granted, it may become an issue.
Immunity from
so
who?
We'll need time to do that.
Understood, Your Honor. I believe that is. I believe that authorization will likely be given.
Okay. So anything, Attorney Smith, Attorney Brooks, you want to say about that? Okay, do you agree with what I just said, which is if immunity is granted, I don't see any issue or the need for any hearing prior to his taking the stand. Obviously, as soon as immunity is granted, you will give any immunity letter to the defense right away, right? Okay. So, and if in the event that were not accurate, then I'd want to know right away because I would want to want to make sure we have time for hearing on that.
With regards to that, Your Honor, I believe also procedure, we would have to submit the letter to the court. The court would have to sign off on the order before that would happen.
Who's getting immunity?
Both sets of counsel will have it. So I would anticipate that would happen well in advance of him testifying.
Okay, good. If there's any issues there, you're going to let me know, I'm sure. So please do. Anything else from your perspective that we can accomplish today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Actually, I have every expectation that we will go forward tomorrow. Like I said, I looked at least, maybe not the last break, but at lunchtime, and it looked like, 3.5 inches of snow or something like that. So I think I have every expectation that we're going to go forward tomorrow. If there were any changes, I want the best contact information for you all, and maybe, just in case we can't get to one member of your team, maybe it makes sense to give us contact information for both, and then once we contact the first person, we would have you contact your co-counsel. But like I said, I think I have every expectation that we will go forward tomorrow, so you should have your witnesses ready to go. Anybody runs into any trouble, please let us know. Okay. Yeah, excellent. Attorney Agati or Attorney Knowles, do you need Tabitha Scott tomorrow, or are you going to ask us for a new transport order, or what's the situation?
We are not for tomorrow, Your Honor, no.
Okay, so you'll keep us apprised in advance, because we've got to issue a transport order.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I think
Your Honor, I do have that contact information.
if you would give your contact information to the clerk, and she and I can sort out what will happen with that. All right, anything else? No? Okay, I will see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can give her this stuff. You can give her. Thanks.
Oh, I know, 1 to 3. That ain't no blizzard. They did say 12 inches earlier. They were talking about a witness being granted immunity before they testify, and they didn't say the name. It's probably that drug dealer. But who is Tabitha Scott? Who is Tabitha? Yeah, we heard it. Tabitha Scott, Adam Montgomery. Let's see. Tabby Scott. I'll tell you who Tabitha is. Tabitha is going to be transported. Obviously, she's in jail too. So this is what Kayla exactly lied about. Let's go over this really fast.
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy.
5-year-old Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019.
Damn. Kayla lied about her whereabouts and Harmony's to the grand jury and police. She was instructed by Adam to stick to a false story about being dropped off at work and Harmony being taken to meet her mother. Bodo. I can't with these names. Tabitha Scott was a friend. Oh, shit. Sleeping arrangement in the car. Adam in driver's seat, Kayla in passenger, Harmony behind passenger, and baby Dean in the middle. Tabitha Scott was a friend of Adam Montgomery and was in the car during the accident. Who's Bodo? Oh, I'm sure she's she's probably another chunk. Oh yeah, I'm sure she can't be bothered. Oh, here we go. Hold on. I've got her court files. You want to see them? Let's take a look. See. Let's take a quick look at this. Thank you so much, Jess, for being there again today. Hopefully the weather will allow you to be there again tomorrow, but we want you to be safe. So if it's bad out, please make the decision to stay home. We don't need you taking any risks. All right, let's see what's going on with this Tabitha person. So we have dun 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 dun. Tabitha is mentioned in this somewhere. I thought this was something about why she was in the frickin' jail. Have we ever seen her before? Tabitha Brown? It's not her. I don't know. I can't find her. Like, she's not. There's no photos of this lady or of this girl. Weird. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Well, this here on Reddit says the police were getting calls about their house from August 5th, August 21st, about squatters, September 9th, concerned about a dog. Oh my God. Have you guys ever read this timeline? Police received more calls, complaints about squatters at the 77 Guilford Street home. There is a generator running and trash all over the place. Unsure of how many people are there. Numerous calls about this. His uncle Kevin has been calling in, checking conditions and harassing him. DCYF has been involved as well. September 9th, 2019. Police get more calls about 77 Guilford. Caller says she's concerned about a dog at this address that's getting abused. She hears yelling and the dog yelping and more yelling, and then the dog gets put outside. September 18th, another call about loud music around 3 a.m. and Adam and Montgomery and Kayla talking. The next more there was no movement from the house and the car appears to have been broken into. The caller says that they have been dealing with this address for months. Here's Tabitha. September 13th, 2019, a friend of Kayla and Adam named Tabby Scott posts separate selfies with Harmony, Kayla, and Adam with the caption, "No matter what, I love you guys to death." Friends of the family say that Tabby is sort of a step sibling to Adam. Her father dated Adam's mother for some time, and they lived with each other as kids and have remained close ever since. Oh my God. Whoa. Tabitha Scott, New Hampshire mugshot. Oh, she's been in a lot of trouble. She's involved in something back in 2013. Some shooting. Woman arrested at Denny's for drug possession. This is the girl we're going to see testify. Hold on. Let's see if we can look at Julie Marie Andrews. Tabitha M. Scott, 21. So this was in 2013. She's in her early 30s, 32. Be careful, Jess, and thank you again. She was arrested at Denny's at 92 Clough Crossing Road, and she was charged with possession of controlled narcotic drugs. And bail was set at $5,000 personal recognizance. Look at this. Oh, man. What a... Here's another one. She was just arrested last year. This is it. Police. Here we go. Adam Montgomery's friends are being arrested. 9 individuals were arrested in Nashua this week as part of a coordinated roundup under Operation Granite Shield. The operation involved members of the Hudson Police Department, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department, Nashua Police Department's Narcotics Intelligence Division, and Problem-Oriented Policing Unit. The suspects were charged with various drug crimes and other criminal offenses frequently associated with drug activity. The charges range from possession of cocaine and oxycodone hydrochloride to aggravated felonious sexual assault. All of the suspects, here we go, were taken into custody and are awaiting their future arraignments at Hillsborough County and Merrimack County Superior Courts. The individuals arrested are Ryan Blaze, 31, Brittany Indacchio, 35, Tabitha Scott, who will be transported to this trial, 33, Miguel Saez, 58, Richard Smith, 38, Michael Hughes, 43, Michael Louisa, 33, Samantha Gervais, 30, Nathaniel Weddle, 30. Now, let's do one thing really quick. It's interesting. Now we know who this Tabitha is going to be. I'm going to go through the witness list and try to figure out who these people are. I wish I knew if they were going to call them all because there's 75 of them. But let's look at the witness list and see if any of these losers are on it. Okay, here's the witness list. Look at all these people. Can you guys see this? Yeah. Look at all these people. So these are the civilian witnesses. I should do a side by side. All right, y'all could only see one window, but I'm gonna skim it really fast while we're live. Okay, so because their first names are in alphabetical on the witness list. So is there a Ryan? Do we have a Ryan? No, we do not. Do we have a Brittany? Brittany Bedard. We have a Brittany Bedard. We don't have a Brittany Indacchio. We have Tabitha Scott. Do we have a Miguel? No Miguel. Do we have a Richard? We have a Richard Lewis and a Roseanne Smith. We don't have a Richard Smith. Michael Hughes. Michael. Nope. No Michael Hughes. Michael Louisa. Nope. Samantha. No Samantha. Nathaniel. Nope. The only one is Tabitha Scott. Okay, I'm going to bring this. Can I put this back in here? Hold on. I want to show you guys this witness list. I would love to be able to, look up all these people and give you guys like the history, but look how many there are. We've got civilian ones. And some of these people might not even be called. 79 civilian. And then we have look at all the police. Oh, shit. We've got 75 law enforcement officers, 6 expert witnesses, and then 33 different records. So, oh yeah, we were going to try to find what Tabitha looks like. Is this Manchester? Oh no. This is her. Hold on. Oh, there's no pictures. Darn it. All these people. Look at this. Tyler Finney. Finney is accused of sexually assaulting DM, who is intoxicated and physically helpless to resist him. The indictment says she did not give her consent. And she told him no, did not want to go all the way, and told him to stop, and said that she was too high for this. Dude, this almost sounds like a different world to me. Look at all these accounts of waving a loaded handgun, yelling, pointing a firearm. I mean, what the fuck? This dude put his hands on an officer's holster? These people are crazy. Brass knuckles? Perez Medina is accused of striking SRC in the body. Well, SRC was on the ground. SRC in the body with brass knuckles. Oh, Raymond. These people are all pieces of shit. Raymond Pontureri, 33, of West Street. 2 counts of reckless conduct on February 10th, 2022. He is accused of placing 2 children, 8 and 3, in danger of serious bodily injury by exposing them to multiple uncapped syringes with exposed hypodermic needles, with at least one of them containing fentanyl. Tabitha Scott, 31, Heavey Street. Accomplice to first-degree assault and robbery. According to the indictment, Scott was criminally liable on March 7th, 2022 as an accomplice when NG was robbed of $200 in cash and struck in the back of the head with a firearm by Angel Caballery. Holy fuck. No wonder that uncle was shaking in his britches. I will. I'll cross-reference those later. Holy. Tabitha Scott. She's mentioned in a lot of stuff. Here's another one. Here's a Facebook drug arrest. Maybe it's got a picture. Oh! Tabitha. Is this Tabitha? Is this Tabitha? Because it doesn't have her name. Someone says she used to work at Guilford Mobile. And then I clicked on this person. It says McCum Horson works at Duncan. What am I looking at? Felicia laughed at it and other people sad. I'm thinking this is Tabitha. August 6th of 2020. These comments. That's a rough 35 years right there. 35. Jesus, she looks at least 50. Unbelievable. I'm thinking that's her, though. All right, let's go back. She was arrested. Oh, my God. She's a career criminal. Oh, my God. Wait, hold on. Dairy man picked up a Manchester woman. Who's this lady? Oh, this is Karen Gover and Joshua Matthew St. Laurent. But that girl is mentioned in here. Damn it. Why can't we find her picture? Tabitha Marie Scott. She was arrested on September 16th on a judge's order to arrest for violation of probation on a witness tampering charge. I mean, what the hell? You can just keep going with this. Oh, here's her Facebook. Look, we're going to find her old stuff. Would she be Maryland? No, she's not 54. She looks 54. This PQ is pretty. It's such a common name, though. I don't think that's going to work. I'll try it really quick. I'm getting into a Tabitha hole. Here she is. Damn it. Market Street. Thorpe Street. Sometimes they have social media. No, that's not what I want. Sometimes they have social media things from like MySpace of all the places. You can find some shit. All right, she's not worth that deep of a dive. Let's go back. What jail would she be in, I wonder? Manchester County Jail? Manchester County Jail roster. Is Manchester a county? Is it Clay County? Inmate list. You found her Facebook, Allison? What name is it under? I'll look for it. Tabitha Scott. I don't know. I'm on the wrong thing. Rockingham. Oh, Hillsborough? Hillsborough County Jail, New Hampshire. I'm not seeing anywhere to get that. I don't know where you find an inmate on here. Okay. Too many counties. Valley State Prison. This is the last one I'm looking because this is giving me anxiety. Got it. She's not in this prison. That Tabitha chick ain't in this one. She was arrested in another. She wasn't arrested there. Remember, I read the city. I read the city she was arrested in. I can't remember what it was called now. But let's look up. Kayla is not in the Department of Corrections. Neither is Adam. Clearly, I'm doing something wrong. Anyways, it's been a long day. I'm getting a little crabby here. So I'm going to roll our Nashua. I'm going to roll our credits, guys. We've been going 7 hours, 39 minutes. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:45. I'll see you then. Peace out. Thank you, guys. We need to get these things up so we can spin the wheel of Friday. All right, guys. Let's roll our credits. I'll see you in the morning. Have a wonderful night. I love you all. Thanks for being here. Hit that like button on your way out the door.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Damn, 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 damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time.
Roro causing Papa.
We're all gonna have so much fucking fun when they need plastic surgery to remove our goddamn smiles.
I don't want to get treated like a skunk.
Sipping on Coke and Jack.
One, Jennifer?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?